gymnastics, I somersault bricks. When black talent start flying, when a nigga flip or cook crack in the microwave, niggas can't fuck with me, man. My Kobe's call me Chef Boy off 50. Check my logic. Smokers don't like seeds in their weed shit. Send me them seeds, I grow them what they need. Them ain't cheating pet plants in the crib that's chronic. And I'm selling them for 500 a pop, goddammit. I sell anything, I'm a hustler, I know how to grind. Step on grapes, put it in water and tell you it's wine. If you analyze me, what you will find is the DNA of a crook, and what goes on in my mind is contagious, hypnotic, it sounds melodic. If rap was the block or spot, I'd be that potent product. Now get a load of me, flashy, far from low key, and you can locate me wherever that don't be getting money, man. I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle. Nigga, you get in my way while I'm trying to get mine, and I'll fuck you. I don't care who you run with or where you from. Nigga, fuck you. I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle. It's a hustler's ambition. Close your eyes, listen, see my vision. Mossberg pumping, shotgun dumping. The drama means nothing. It's part of the game. Catch me in the coupe, switching lanes, or in the jewelers, switching chains. I upgrade from 30 BS to clean BS. Rocks that I cop from proceeds from the spot. I got the energy to win. I'm full of adrenaline, play the curve and get nauseous. Watching the spin, I make plans to make it a prisoner of the state. Now I can invite your ass out to my estate. Them hollow tips bent me up, but I'm back in shape. Pour crystal in the blender, make a protein shake. I'm like the East Coast #1 playboy B. You have to tell you he ain't got shit on me. The feds watch me, icy, they can't stop me. Racist, pointing at me, looking nigga-rachi. Hello. I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle. Nigga, you get in my way when I'm trying to get mine, and I'll buck you. I don't care who you run with or where you from. Nigga, fuck you. I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle.
All right. That's it. Just one song. That song was stuck in my head because it was in a... What was it in? It was in a movie I watched or something. I got a new notebook because this notebook's almost full. And this is going to take up some pages. We got some pages to write. I'm going to pick a spot in the middle. Go 1/2 for TDC, 1/2 for the bass. Okay, so this is going to say Venezuela. Venezuela. We're going to Venezuela. I'm going to participate in the government. I need to learn that lady's name. Okay, here's the plan. Here's the order of operations here. How far back do we want to go? We want to go all the way back. Let's watch this video. First things first on the list, regime changes. I got to learn about some regime changes, specifically those that happened since World War II, because I believe none of those had any sort of congressional approval. Not just regime changes, but CIA operations, military operations, coups. So that's what I'm going to look at first. Okay. Regime changes. Coups. Did you see Russia is sending a submarine to Venezuela? Why? To attack them or to give them one? Like to give them a submarine? Not just any submarine. What kind of submarine? A space submarine? They're giving them a submarine. or they're sending a submarine out there to watch them from the waters. It better not fuck around. Don't play. Putin? Eh. What's up, Spedre? Spadre. My name is a Spadre. Speeder? Something like that. Okay, regime change, coups. CIA ops. And we're going to watch this video that I started watching last night. I don't think all of it is important. So we need to look at regime changes, and then we need to look into that lady. So apparently that lady, what's her name? And I got to start a folder. Okay. First things first. I might already have a folder started on this. Let me see. No, I don't. I can delete this. I think I can delete this. And we have news from Monday. That's pretty much all Venezuela. Yep. So I'm just going to use this 1526. I'm going to put this whole folder into the Venezuela folder because this is all the news from the day it happened, from YouTube, from Facebook. So I have all that. And then regime changes in American history. There's a video I watched last night. It's 30 minutes. Pretty good.
There's a weapon that powerful countries use to get rid of leaders they don't like, leaders from other countries. It's called a coup. It's a French
This was made 2 years ago, by the way.
word that means a punch or a blow, because it kind of means coming in and forcibly punching out a government from power. No elections, no process, just power being seized. Just someone being pushed out and someone being put in. Coups happen in so many different ways, but I want to show you how the coup has been used by the United States of America as a tool to get what they want on the world stage. So let me walk you through some of the major US-led coups over the years to show you that while it sometimes seems like we live in a world full of order and rules, the reality is that the most powerful countries will often get their way by whatever means necessary.
So,
Okay, so here's how I'm
here, I'll lay you out what we're going to be doing. We're going to be looking at the history of Venezuela. First, the history of American coups. Then we're going to look at the history of Venezuela, their leadership, what led up to this, what led up to all of this. Going to look into the lady that they want to replace her, who Maduro kept from getting voted in. She has 3 names. What's her name? She won the Nobel Peace Prize recently, and she wanted to give it to Trump. And now she's saying again she wants to for sure give it to Trump. She's very happy. She wants to give her Nobel Prize to Trump. She's supposed to meet him today, I believe. I think today she was meeting with him. They asked him on Hannity. We're also oh yeah, we got to watch that too. We're gonna watch Hannity and Trump. But while we watch this, I'm going to be doing like research in the background and making a folder and grabbing some tidbits of information to watch. The Vigilant. What is that the name of the submarine?
Defining the US-led coups that I'm going to put on our list here. Number 1, they were successful. There's a lot of failed coup attempts. We're leaving those out. Number 2, there must be at least one US government official involved in the coup. And number 3, we need concrete evidence that the US was actually involved, not just speculation. While the US has been involved in tons of regime change efforts around the world, we landed on a much shorter list. These are the coups that I think best exemplify how this tool has been used for international power over the years.
Libya and Iran are going to be 2 important ones to focus on. Then I'm also going to have to look into Colombia and Cuba and what they're doing right now, because one argument that people are going to make is going to be Trump's an imperialist. This is just the beginning. What countries is he going to conquer over the next 3 years? And I might have to be like Cuba, Colombia, Greenland, maybe Canada. I think that's a good starting point. like you just bite the bullet. You just say, oh, well, because to be honest, he's already looking at everything I just said. So I didn't just pull that out of my ass. Look at this. This ad for this game fits this video and what's happening in the video perfectly. Bye-bye. Boom.
Let's start here. In the independent country of Hawaii. It's 1893, and the U.S. is feeling like the Hawaiian Queen is a threat to American control over sugar. It's sugar that's being grown by the descendants of white American missionaries who had settled in Hawaii over the years. So the U.S. sends a military ship with hundreds of troops to show up to Honolulu, and they overthrow the Queen, installing one of those descendants of the Christian missionaries, Sanford B. Dole, as the new president.
Bartender?
Notice his last name? Yeah,
Dole.
this coup was one of the U.S.'s first.
It's crazy. So this is Hawaii he's talking about right now, right? Yeah. So we did a regime change, essentially, a coup, to capture and annex Hawaii. Same thing with Puerto Rico and is it Haiti? Not the same one, and that involves Dole. Dole is also involved in the Panama, Nicaraguan? No, it's not Nicaragua. It's in Panama, duh. But that was there was another country that was involved in that. But the one in Panama and Guatemala was all this guy was all about the dang bananas. We gotta lock down these bananas. I think, to be honest, I think oil is a better reason than bananas. I'm just saying. Canada would be a great national back park for the U.S. We can make it great again. Yeah, I don't want them voting. Like, we'll like annex them and make them a territory or something. I don't want them voting. But, we could take it over, kind of. Regime change, install some democracy. We need to fix ourselves first, though. First and foremost. But Venezuela don't seem like that much of a challenge. It seems like it's already over. And now, we just got to make sure they get the right people in there. Unfortunately, it's your choice is between two women. Yeah, no voting.
First, and it set the stage
So
not
this is
only
Dole.
for the new Hawaiian president.
Hawaii? What year is this? It said it at the bottom of the screen before. Hawaii, this is 1909. No. How the hell do you spell Hawaii? Hawaii. Hawaii. Dole. I'm just writing down important names and stuff.
President's family to grow their powerful international
Sanford B.
corporation,
Dole.
which was based in Hawaii, but also for Hawaii to be annexed, to become a part of the United States. I made a whole video on this
What year
coup
was this?
because
Oh,
it's pretty
you just said
wild
it.
and there's so much going on. Part of the United States.
1893.
I made a whole video on this coup because it's pretty wild and there's so much going on here, and it was really a turning point in showing how the U.S. could remove leaders from power in faraway places.
Sanford
Something
B.
that they
Dole?
start to do a lot more of. We're going to move on to the next coup, but I need to thank today's sponsor who makes these
sorry,
videos
bud.
possible. Thank you,
Sorry,
NordVPN.
bud. Ain't got
It
no
is
time for that.
this, and you just pretty. So we got to get Spain. Well, actually, more like Spain's colonies.
1898. Puerto Rico and also 1898. Now, okay, so did this improve Puerto Rico? Did this improve Hawaii when we did this? Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, la colina, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, and this is from Spain. I think also there's another country in here too. Spain. And the Philippines. Puerto Rico. And Philippines. Philippines.
Spain's glory days have come and gone. They are a declining empire, and there is major resistance in their colonies, especially in Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. Meanwhile, the US is a rising empire, and they already are pretty uncomfortable with Spain having colonies like 100 miles off their coast. But at the same time, they don't love the idea of true independence for places like Cuba or Puerto Rico. These are strategic islands right in the US's neighborhood. And, like Hawaii, American companies have money invested, particularly in Cuba. Independence might mean them getting kicked out. So the US delves into this fight between Spain.
American sugarcane. Grown in Cuba. They were growing our sugar. Now we're growing drugs. We used to grow sugar. We used to fight over dang sugar and bananas. Now we're fighting over fentanyl and oil. What the?
In their colonies. They used the explosion of an American Navy ship as their excuse, even though it was likely an accident, not an attack. But sometimes stories matter more than truth. So the US sends in troops to liberate the rebels fighting against their Spanish colonizers, promising them independence. Not only in Cuba and Puerto Rico, but later over here in the Philippines and Guam. These local uprisings eventually drive out the Spanish. And in all of these cases, the US reneges on their promise to give independence to these locals. And they figure out ways to govern Cuba and Puerto Rico indirectly themselves.
Now, which president is this under? Is this also under Taft? I believe Hawaii was under Taft, or Taft is... let me see. Taft, president in, might be this, no, 1893. Grover Cleveland. So Grover Cleveland is Hawaii. Grover Cleveland. His dog sounds like two dogs' names. Like two different names that you would give to two different dogs. Come on, Grover. Come on, Cleveland. It's time for a walk. Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland. Lunchtime. What the? And then 1898. Taft is 1902, so this could be Taft. If so, he liked taking some dang islands. 1893? No, 1898. McKinley, William McKinley. But we annexed them too, right? But Hawaii, we made a state, but these...
The US has just piggybacked off several independence movements to enact several coups at once, allowing them to install pro-American leaders and a Navy base in Cuba, and eventually annexing Puerto Rico and Guam, which they still control, and the Philippines, which they held for 48 years. Again, I made a whole video about this one too.
We don't have the Philippines no more. We got Guam though. Why nobody ever talks about Guam? What the hell's in Guam? We got Puerto Rico. I know Puerto Ricans. I'm from Florida though. I know about Puerto Ricans, but I don't know if I've ever met somebody from Guam. What do you call somebody from Guam? Guamanite? Guamish? Guamish. I don't like how much stank this guy is putting on the word liberate. You got a problem with democracy, buddy? Right, I know. I don't know who this guy is.
Too, if you want to go deeper. Anyway, we got to move a little quicker here because we're not going to get through all these coups. Let's move on. Okay, so we're over here in Nicaragua. 1909.
Why you got to say it like that, dude? Why are you trying so hard? Nicaragua. Just say Nicaragua. We're over here in Nicaragua. He said Nicaragua. Nicaragua. Who is this? Target, Jose Santos. See, I should just take these notes that he puts on. Nicaragua. This is the one in 1909. This is Taft. 1909. Main characters. President Taft. 1909, Nicaragua. But this later has stuff to do with Panama, I believe. Nicaragua. Target, Jose Santos Zelaya. Jose Santos. Jose Santos. JS. He's a JS. Zelaya with a Z at the end. They got like a bunch of names. Jose Santos Zelaya. Overthrew. Replaced by Juan Jose Estrada. Juan Jose Estrada. Seems like it's pretty easy to overthrow these Latin American countries, and lots of presidents throughout history have done it. From President Taft for economic control. Now, I could look deep into economic control. The other players involved, but mainly I want to focus on the presidents. Who was president at the time? Which party were they? Like Taft, for example. And really I'm gonna focus more once we get up closer to modern days, especially after World War II. But these ones are interesting too. President Taft. President of the United States. I'm trying to see if it doesn't tell you his you'd think his party affiliation would be one of the first things up here. I don't care about his early life. I need to turn my heat off. Taft sought reductions on trade tariffs. Why would joined Skull and Bones? He went to Yale. Why doesn't it tell me his party? Dude, is this like before we had parties? This is 1900. We had parties. Dang it! That should be one of the first. Huh. Okay, hold on. I gotta start making this folder. Start with this video. New folder. Venezuela. Save. Then I'm gonna put this into here. And then I'll get Taft. Nicaragua. CIA, the Nicaraguan Revolution. No, that's not what I'm looking for. No. Nicaragua coup, 1909. United States occupation of Nicaragua. Yep, this is it. Okay, cool. Okay, back to the video. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out what party Taft is in, and it doesn't say it. You'd think a president, it would just say political party. Republican. Taft campaigned for the Republican candidate in Maine who lost to Governor Groden. Age appointed, Cincinnati governor. Appointment was good for just a year. Ohio Laura Judge permanently increased over. Says he campaigned for a Republican, so I'm guessing that means he's a Republican. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be more Republicans doing coups and taking over countries and doing regime changes and wiping out leaders. I think it's going to be more Republicans than Democrats. Democrats will give our shit away. Republicans will want to take more shit.
There's a bunch of powerful...
It won't surprise me if most of these presidents turn out to be Republican. William McKinley, Grover Cleveland, Taft...
American companies here, but a new president comes to power vowing to regulate them. The US is not going to let this happen. So the Secretary of State starts spreading rumors to smear this guy, this president, saying that he's building a canal that would compete with the Panama Canal. But really, they're just upset because Nicaragua's taking loans from Europe.
And honestly, next week, I'll do this. I think this is what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to do a debate every 2 weeks. And so one Friday morning can be like prepping the information for the debate and learning like the information about like the topic. And then the following week, the Friday right before the debate, I'll review the opponent's content or their debates. But I don't want to put you guys through watching a First Amendment debate. Like, I've seen enough of them. I don't think anybody wants that. So, hold on, I gotta turn my heat off. It's getting extra hot in here. It's getting hot in here, and I forgot my beer. I forgot that I had a 6-pack of beer. Oh. Mix a little bit of natural light with a little bit of, I don't know. Stop pacing. Time wasting. I got a friend with a pole in the basement. What? I'm just kidding like Jason. Oh, unless you're going to do it. What's the debate? Venezuela. Good or bad? Is Trump, the specific is Trump justified, which means I'm gonna make it a bit of an ethics debate. Justification means he did the right thing. How do we decide what the right thing for a president to do is? Is it consensus? Is it if we vote on it? If we vote for it, is it good? Because I have a feeling First Amender is probably an atheist. So it's either going to have to be just subjective, whatever people want, or consensus, which is voting. And if the majority of Americans voted for Trump, now we'd have to see opinion polls about what people think about this move. But hypothetically, if everybody in America, or let's say 65% of Americans were 100% on board with what Trump did in Venezuela and what he plans to do in Venezuela, 65% of the country is 100% on board. And they would vote for it. They did vote for Trump. They're happy he did it. They want more like that. If that were the case, he would have to concede that that's democracy and we did the right thing and Trump is justified in doing that because we live in a democracy and we love democracy. If 51% of I'm saying 65 just to be nice and give extra, like really, like it's solidly America approves of this. If that were and on top of that, Venezuelans also, let's say hypothetically, 65% of Venezuelans were happy about this and celebrating all over the world. Hypothetically, that means that it was justified and we did the right thing based off the consensus. How do we determine what justification is? What makes it justified? It was the right thing to do. That's what justifies it. If he wants to get into legalese, I'll be prepared for that too. That's why we're looking into regime changes right now. Because from what I understand, so what's the argument? Congress didn't approve it. He didn't ask for congressional approval. And Wally knows a lot about geopolitics, so maybe 28 hours away from 1,500 Discord hours. Wally, you should jump on. You should jump in Discord tonight or tomorrow night. Either tonight after VK or tomorrow night at any point. Because I know you know a lot about geopolitics. Justification is fuck them. That's what I'm saying. But I don't think I can win a debate on that. That's exactly what I would say. I'd say we're going to make them glow in the dark. Fuck them. Grab your balls. Oh, I got to open this package too. Check this out. My Christmas pack. Well, my box of Christmas stuff. I already know what's in it, but it came. Check this out. Hold on. You know what's crazy? I still haven't unpacked my suitcase from the Florida trip for Christmas. After VK would be tomorrow morning when I wake up. I figured all this out, but didn't get back to speak in time because he messaged me about this too. I was also dealing with this shit at work. Spending a couple days figuring it all out. Yeah, well, there's still time. Like, I know it's going to fall out of popularity and it's going to fall out of the news cycle, especially by the time Counterpoints does it. Because they're doing it the following week. I almost was tempted to just be like, dude, we just need to just do it this week. But no, I need time to prepare for this. But assuming, well, I'm sure more stuff's going to happen. So it probably will stay relevant for a while. Because Ukraine stayed relevant for in the news cycle for 3 months. We were talking about Ukraine a lot. So this might be. I'm just saying, the news cycle is so quick. You got to get on the topics quick. People get bored with it. But the coworker having TDS about it and ironically told me sold me the opposite way. He told you that it was a bad thing. Why would you believe anything somebody with TDS says? You could run the democracy angle, but he could use that as well as a counter. Going the moral route could work, but we'll just reduce down to more preference and get into God. Yeah, I probably won't spend too much time on it, but I do want to know what he means by justificate. How would we say this is justified? So it's just going to be legal talk. He ain't no dang lawyer. I got basic economics, which I thought was, since it's called basic economics, I thought it was going to be like a little piece of book, like a little pamphlet or something, I figured maybe it'd be like 200 pages. This bitch is huge. And it doesn't have tiny words, but it's got some tiny words. Can I just skip to certain parts? It's a big book. Money in the banking system. Got basic economics, which doesn't look super basic, but see especially the newly added chapter on international wealth disparities. Basic economics. These are the box for my headphones that I'm wearing. I just brought the headphones with me. I wonder if that cord will work. This is a Buddhist book, the Dhammapada. This is Shiva recommended this. He who is not hasty and acts justly can lead others, for he is protected by the Dhamma. He shall be called just. This is like Buddhist proverbs. But it has some stuff about Buddhism in it. Anyway. And then the Orthodox Study Bible. This thing's pretty neat. And a bivy sack. This is for urban adventures. This is basically a tent. And it's light and it's tiny. It's a mini tent. It's a stealth camo. You freaking roll this out and you got yourself a little mini tent for one person, a little coffin tent. The bivy. But it's not a basic ass bivy. It's got poles. Like it's got poles and it lifts, so it's like a dome around your head. At least you got the base study Bible. Yeah, this thing's cool. Check this out. It's got pictures with color. I didn't think it would have colored pictures. It's got dang colored pictures. It smells good too. I like the smell of that. But it's got I think it has the I guess what I would call the Apocrypha. It's got Maccabees, Judith, Tobit, Baruch. Is the Lamentations of Jeremiah different than regular Jeremiah? The Epistles of Jeremiah and the Lamentations of Jeremiah. And Jeremiah. Extra Jeremiah. It's got... So it says the Wisdom of Solomon. That's just Proverbs, right? No, because it also has Proverbs. It has Proverbs of Solomon, but also Wisdom of Solomon. What the heck was that? Wisdom of Sirach. Sirach. Anyway. Yeah, I've never read any of those books, so... Once I finish the Old Testament, then I can read all these books that I've never read before. I never read any of these. Where's the one Daniel in the dragon? Bell the dragon. It doesn't have that one? What's it called? Bell. It doesn't have that one. What? I thought that was in the Orthodox Bible. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Bell and the Dragon? What is it called? It's about David and a dragon. Maybe that's in the Ethiopian Bible. I could have sworn that was in here, and that was going to be the first one I read. Because I heard about it when I was in like 3rd grade from I was in Baptist Christian school, and they were telling us why the Apocrypha is the Apocrypha. My teacher told me all about Bell the Dragon, Bell and the Dragon, something like that. What is it called? Bell and the Dragon, chapter 14 of the extended book of Daniel. The original Septuagint in Greek. What is the biblical story of Bel? So is it in here or not? Daniel, Hosea, Joel. They put Daniel. Huh, it's it's a different so they put Daniel at the end of the New Testament? Huh. Yeah, the order is way different. Mike, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. And then they have Isaiah, Jeremiah, Baruch, Lamentations of Jeremiah. Huh. Daniel, chapter 14 of Daniel. Chapter 14 of the extended book of Daniel. 1, 2, 3, 6. Dude, it looks so cool. And every book, it tells me all the stuff that I end up looking up every time anyway. The date that it takes place, the earliest manuscripts, the theme. Huh. But I want to see. Dang, it's going to be hard to find stuff in this because the books are in a total different order. And I've been using the same ordered books my whole life. Huh. 1 second. I'm trying to see if this has Daniel 14. Seven. Apocalyptic literature. Bel is deposed. Prophecy of Michael, Bel and the serpent. Why does it say chapter 14? It only goes to chapter 12. But it does talk about Bel and the serpent. It doesn't say Bel and the dragon. Idol whose name was Bel. Is this the same story? Bel and the serpent, Bel and the dragon. How many chapters does my Daniel have? One second. Sorry, guys. I'm getting distracted. I just opened my... I haven't really actually sat down and looked at this thing yet. I kind of did when I was in Florida. Then I packed it all up. Oh, this has... Blesses he who waits. 13. 12. 13. But go thou thy way till the end be, for thou shalt rest and stand in thy lot at the end of the days. But now go your way and rest, for there yet the days fulfillment and end, and you shall rise your inheritance at the end of days. Yeah. It ends after verse 11 in the King James. But in the Orthodox Bible, after 12, chapter 12, it doesn't say that it's a new chapter, but it starts over at verse 1. Bel is deposed. So Bel, but it says Bel and the serpent. It doesn't say Bel and the dragon. But I think serpent is destroyed. I always heard it called Bel and the serpent. Daniel and the priests of Bel. Called Bel. Daniel and the priests of Bel. Yep, this is it. So it's really short. Bel and the dragon, but it's... Daniel kills the dragon. 23. But it calls a serpent in this one. 23. 20, 21. The serpent is destroyed. There was a large serpent. There was a great dragon. So why is there two different translations of... So there's even multiple different translations of the Septuagint? That don't make no sense. I don't know. I don't understand. Somebody's going to have to explain that to me. Anyway, so yeah, I got all the... It's cool. It's got pictures, colored pictures. It's of like icons and saints, and there's Jesus being baptized. That's cool. And then it's got notes, footnotes. Yeah, it has references and footnotes to other stuff. This is cool. I like this. I don't know. I'm still going to be reading out of the King James for the Bible streams, but once I finish like the Old Testament, I can use this to go read the stuff that I haven't read for. But that's odd that why does this, is this like a soft version of the Orthodox Bible? Because why doesn't it say dragon? This version says serpent. I'm looking online, it's dragon, and I've always heard it was Bel and the Dragon. Why did they change it to serpent for this one? I don't like that. That seems like it's like they're trying to soften it or like make it less mystical. Well, it makes sense if it's just like they're just worshiping a serpent. If you say it's a dragon, people are not going to believe that. Nah, it was a dragon, bruh. When I pop out, they looking cockeyed. Got a faux 5 right in the dough side.
The US keeps painting this guy as a war criminal and someone worthy of being thrown out.
Yeah, you said you had the same one, Wally. Yeah, it's a good deal. It's only like $25 on Amazon. It's a good deal, but I'm not used to the order of the books. Cuz you have to understand, we used to do speed we would do speed challenges where the teacher would call out a verse, chapter and verse, and we'd all start flipping. Boom, stand up and read it. First person to stand up and read it gets a treat or something. And I was quick on him pages, boy. So I I could kind of just turn to every book. But with that, I don't know where anything is.
So push comes to shove, and the US sends ships to both of Nicaragua's coasts. They assemble a bunch of Marines in Panama, basically just flexing on Nicaragua and telling the president to step down. And the benefit of being a rising superpower is that it worked. He has no choice but to step down. And soon, a leader that the US likes comes to power. The coup is complete, and really, this is the first of many instances of the US meddling in Nicaragua. A few years later, the US is back in the region for another coup in next-door Honduras. This one was plotted by a band of private American citizens.
Banana Man. Dude, everybody wants the dang bananas. Is this Honduras? So is this 1911? I don't want a lot of notes on this one. Honduras. Miguel Davila. Miguel Davila. And who was president? Taft again. William Henry Taft, right? Is that his name?
and it follows a similar pattern. A new president.
Economic control and natural resources. So far, most of them have been for economic control. Nat resources. Same reason that pretty much every war or every global geopolitical event happens. Natural resources, land, or power, economic power.
President comes to town, in this case directly inspired by Nicaragua's president, and he wants to take back control of the country from American businesses. In this case, we're talking about
getting
bananas.
our bananas?
The banana companies were not going to let this happen.
No.
And it was mostly this guy, a banana businessman named Sam the Banana Man. He's not going to let this pesky president run his country. No. So he assembles his own militia. He literally buys a surplus Navy ship, loads it up with weapons, and starts his campaign to get this president out. He sails from New Orleans to the coast of Honduras, and he literally invades.
Bro, this guy's a gangster, dude. Sam Zemurray, the Banana Man, and his militia. So Taft did Taft even know about this? Now, apparently, I don't know if this has happened yet. No, it's not till later. But eventually, they make the CIA. I think they see that the Banana Man's able to just send his little militia in. Then they're like, let's start the CIA, and we'll just have them do it. Sam Zemurray. Sam the Banana Man. That's what they used to call me back in the Zemurray. And his militia. Against his private army. Bruh, you don't mess with the dang Banana Man.
Invades the country with like a private army. Wait, where's the US government in all this? They also didn't like the political direction of Honduras either, so they just sort of stood back. Let this private invasion happen, and then at the critical moment,
and
the
this
US
is what
steps
they
in
started
to order
doing
a
with the CIA.
ceasefire, basically bullying the president to step down. He had no way forward, no defense, so he resigns. And the Banana Man's leader of choice takes the presidency, giving the banana businessman land and a unique status to import anything he needs tax-free. And, wait for it, he refunds him for all of the coup.
Well, we regulate all the trade in that whole region of the world. So anything that's happening in this area, in this sea area, this Gulf of Mexico, this dang old Caribbean, anything that happens in there, of course we're going to get involved. We're going to handle it.
Expenses using public Honduran money. This Banana Man literally overthrew the government and made Honduras pay for it. Wow.
I mean, legend? Can anybody say, hold up?
It's a man, baby.
Yeah. The Banana Man.
Okay, so let's move forward to the 50s, where the coup becomes a more useful tool in the American toolkit. There's this new US agency dedicated to collecting and analyzing information from all over the world, meaning for spying. They call it the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA.
Yeah, now we have
and
the
it completely
CIA.
revolutionizes the art of the coup.
And this is 1950, the CIA. Yep. They saw Sam do it. They're like, bro. And also, I got a picture from Jay Dyer's X where he posted all the CIA operations in the past. How do I get that off my phone onto the computer? I know how to do it. What am I talking about? I do it all the time.
Oh, and at this point, the US is now a full-blown global superpower, no longer just looking in their own neighborhood, but rather at the whole world map, investing huge resources into fighting their global rival and its communist ideology.
But see, I think we learned through that first period and through future periods that are to come in the video, it's way easier to do in Latin America, in the Gulf of Mexico or NRC. northern South America. It's much easier to get this chunk right here. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but anything in this chunk, it's easy to get that. Once we start dilly-dallying over in this area, it's like, fuck that. It's not even worth it. We have the situation in Libya. We have the situation in Iran that we're going to get to, and we're going to focus on those more. But we figure out pretty quickly that was a bad idea. What are we doing that for? I was always saying, why are we fighting for war in the desert with these desert people? Other than the Israel issue, which I'm not going to try not to, get too into all that. We know about that. But I mean, really, that's the only reason. That's the only reason. Because there's no reason to fight these endless wars and try to do these regime changes and bring in democracy in this damn desert region when we got Venezuela right here. And they'll love us. They're going to hate us. These people, somebody asked me, would you rather have a bunch of Mexican immigrants or a bunch of Muslim immigrants? Mexican immigrants, for sure. I'd rather neither, but if I got to pick one or the other, South America's, there's a lot of Catholics in there. Now, if you said, would I rather have a MS-13 or radical Islam next to me, I still probably take the MS-13. I get along with brown people. They love me. Muslim people, they love me too. Everybody loves me. But everybody love me. But there's even more of a communication barrier just from living in America and living in Florida and living in the South and Spanish classes that we had to take in school. And I can kind of talk to a Mexican or to a dang Puerto Rican or a Cubano. But I can't understand a damn thing these dang moosies are saying. I don't know what they're saying. And I love the food from this region and the ladies from this region. The food from this region sucks. I'm not picky. But the food from this region is the only type of food that I don't even want to smell or look at or eat. And the ladies from this region might be fine, but I can't see them because they're wearing a damn burqa. So I have no idea. I work with a Muslim girl. She looked thick, but I don't know what's under that mask. You hear me?
So this gets us to Iran, 1953, where Iran had just elected a new star politician, Mohammad Mossadegh. He rises to power believing that Iran must take back control of its most valuable natural resource, oil, which at the time was completely controlled by a British company called the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. We know it today as BP. Mossadegh is done with this. Let's kick the British out and take back our oil. But like the US, Britain is not happy with Iranians trying to take back their resources. So they warn that if they do this, there will be consequences. So the British catch a quick meeting with the CIA's Middle East guy who was passing through London, and they pitch him on this idea. Let's throw out Mossadegh. The CIA's like, okay, and they kind of sniff communist vibes on Mossadegh with this big desire to nationalize Iran's oil, or at least they tell themselves they do. So the CIA agrees, and they secretly send...
Dude, Russia is so big. It's crazy.
This guy to Iran. He's the Middle East bureau chief, Kermit Roosevelt. He's like in his 30s. Oh, and yes, he is the grandson of another big coup guy, Teddy Roosevelt, who I have gone into.
That was
videos.
USSR.
Roosevelt sneaks into Iran and is given $1 million taxpayer dollars to use, quote, in any way that would bring about the fall of Mossadegh. So now there's American CIA.
What is this? 1953. This is... How do you spell this dude's name? Mossadegh. Mossad. Mossadegh. What country is this? They didn't do like the little beginning screen this time. Hold on, where are we at? We're at 9:30.
emerging global superpower, no longer just looking in their own neighborhood, but rather at the whole world map, investing huge resources into fighting their global rival and its communist ideology. So this gets us to Iran, 1953, where Iran had just elected a new star politician, Mohammad Mossadegh. He rises to power believing that Iran is not happy with Iranians trying to take back their resources. Under the Shah, Iran becomes a brutal police state. He executed military officers, student leaders, anyone associated with Mossadegh. He set up a secret police force, and life was brutal. So brutal that in 1979, the frustration of Iranians burst forth in mass protests that ran the Shah out of office and replaced him with an inspiring new leader who would turn Iran into an Islamic republic, built in part off a foundation of resentment for the US having meddled in their country. The Islamic Republic has held power ever since, and has morphed into the oppressive theocracy we know today, though maybe not for long. Before we go on, a quick reminder that all of these coups, these plans to overthrow leaders in other countries, did not require American votes or consensus or approval of Congress. It was usually just a few key men in government buildings in Washington, D.C. making this happen. These people would go on to define the Cold War and shape so many covert operations around the world that many of which we'll never know about. Okay, let's keep going. The next year in Guatemala, the CIA tried to pull the same playbook that they used in Iran, once again targeting a leader that the people had elected, but who wanted to take back the country's resources for the people, to break up these American monopolies that can...
Guatemala, 1954, leader was elected. And Iran, leader was elected. It was for oil with Britain. Guatemala, 1954, leader was elected. So once the CIA gets involved, it seems like these are kind of nefarious coups.
Controlled the country's electricity and railroad. The president even starts to seize land from one massive banana company. It was often unused land that he wanted to redistribute to the locals who could farm it and feed their families.
This is the third South American coup that was related entirely to bananas. Panama, eventually we get to Panama, and it's kind of the same thing. It's about the Panama Canal, control of the Panama Canal, but that's basically because of the trade, because of the bananas. It all comes down to bananas. I think banana is like code word for, like, I don't know, drugs or something. What is... Venezuela has more oil, yes, but the Arabian oil refines easier. Intriguing. Yeah. And they say that it's actually going to take a while and be difficult for us to get it out. Because they don't maintain shit. They can't... They're not like great oil mines over there, or, you know, wells. It's going to take us a while to put in the infrastructure to get it. What do we get? Like 50 million barrels or something like that? 500,000 barrels? I'm going to have to look that up. We got a bunch of barrels, though.
And hopefully climb out of the system of endemic poverty in the country. Once again, I made a whole video on this, the geopolitics of bananas in Central America. But the fact is that the US decided that they had to defend the banana companies, or else more communist reforms would...
This is where Banana Republic comes from. We've done pretty deep breakdowns on the whole banana situation back in the day. It's been a while, though, so I gotta get it fresh in my mind.
So the US President and Secretary of State ordered an overthrow, and the CIA got right to work. The CIA hand selects a leader that they want to be in power, and then they start giving equipment and training.
That would be a good idea, Wally, except you saw what happened to our last reserves when we have a retarded Democrat in office. They just give away our reserves. So, no. We can't save. We can't do savings accounts as a government with large things in America, because as soon as Trump's out, what, Gavin, now our savings account goes into the hands of the next guy, and then God knows what they do with it. We need things that we can just like, maybe help erase the debt, even though that, to me, that's not a priority, because I don't believe that money is real. Like, and I'm not one of those guys who's like, man, we don't need currency. Currency's imaginary. We don't need currency. Money's imaginary, man. Why do we have currency? No, that's stupid. I know we need currency. I'm a capitalist, but $36 trillion of debt when the world's $195 trillion in debt. It's like that's when your dollar is they're just printing money, and it has no backing anymore. So I don't even think paying off the debt is that important. I think you take that money but even if you spend, Trump was just talking about this the other day, even if you spend it on investments like military equipment, which Trump did, in his first term, he bolstered our military. He got all sorts of weapons and equipment and all this stuff. Then Joe Biden comes in and leaves half of it in the desert. Half of it in the desert. Just like they're just retarded. It's typical Democrat behavior. Like people who want handouts and beg for handouts and stuff, they get something given to them and they don't take care of it. I'm the same way. If something's just given to me, I don't take as much care of it as if I saved up and worked hard to earn it. You treat it differently. It's like easy come, easy go if you're just getting stuff.
To a bunch of Guatemalan exiles and private soldiers, they set up a secret operation base on the outskirts of Miami. They start delivering weapons to the Panama Canal. But like the other coups, it can't just all be about weapons. They gotta own the information space. So they create a radio station that sounds like it's a local Guatemalan radio station, but
they made a fake radio station in Miami to spread propaganda. It's crazy. So over some banana, propaganda over a banana. About to go to Havana. Lay up in the hammer. This is 1954. This is Guatemala. I know a little bit about Guatemala. Let me tell you something. That explains how Tom Green spent the money on Freddie Got Fingered. Just blowing money.
really it's being operated out of a small town in Florida. And they start publishing fake news about an uprising, unrest, a rebellion. And then, at the same time, the fighters that the CIA had trained and armed invades Guatemala. Pilots start dropping bombs on fuel tanks and military posts and airports. But they weren't starting a full-on war. They weren't.
But see, so another reason I'm looking at this is to see comparisons of how other presidents or how other operations did it, the CIA doing it, how this has been done in the past. And then compare this to how Trump's doing it now, why he's doing it. Because just saying, oh, we did a lot of coups in the past, so so why can't Trump do a coup? Or why can't Trump do a regime change? Or why can't Trump arrest a wanted criminal who happens to be a leader? But no, you just say some of them were bad, some of them were good. This one is justified. Here's why. Easy come, easy go, yeah. In the past, the technology gap regionally wasn't as wide. You talking about that's how they were able to do the radio station thing?
Trying to cause real damage. They wanted it to feel like a domestic uprising, like a war was on the horizon, to freak people out, and for many, it totally worked. They thought that this was a real uprising, and had no idea that the CIA was behind it all. But the president knew what was up. He had messed with the USA, and now he's hearing about it. Military leaders in his circle are feeling the pressure from the big bully from the north, and they turn on him, and he eventually surrenders. On his way out, the president addresses his people, makes it very clear that, quote, the United Fruit Company, in collaboration with the United States, is responsible for what is happening to us. And just like that, one president is out and the hand-picked CIA option is in. This new regime is brutal and goes on to do horrible things, detaining people they thought were communists, killing prisoners, breaking up labor unions, and in the process, restoring the banana company's land, and ensuring that they maintained their hold on this economy. This kicks off an era in Guatemala of more political assassinations and instability, something that still plagues the country today. And yet to this day, there is no evidence that the Soviets were ever slightly interested in Guatemala. Communism was once again the excuse.
I don't think we could do it in. No, I mean, could we do it? Yeah, we could, but no, that would have no. There would be like horrible results from that if we messed with. I don't know. We try to take Taiwan or something, annex Taiwan. China would get pissed. That would be a problem. Now we're fighting. Now we're at war with China. I don't think this Venezuela situation gets us into any war. I don't think anybody's, well, we're going to piss some people off, but not so much that I think that they're going to like retaliate and go to war with us. China's going to be pissed off. Russia's going to be pissed off because, oh shit, the tool we were using to slowly destroy America, that plan just got messed up. Darn. Let's figure out the next one. Back to the drawing board. Good thing we have plan B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. That's what all our enemies are saying right now. They're like, they got Venezuela. We needed Venezuela. No, they didn't need Venezuela. They liked having Venezuela right there. But if you messed with like something in Europe, that would be bad. Africa, yeah, we could, but why? What do we want? Like, what do they got? You ain't got nothing. Got some diamonds. What do you got? Some rubies. They can't do jack shit, and we do have defense agreement in the Americas similar to NATO. Most people wouldn't know about it. I'm talking about the Don Roe Doctrine. The Don Roe Doctrine. That's what we're calling it now.
But really, this was about securing American business interests, tearing a country apart for bananas.
Bananas taste the best and are the best for you.
All right, let's go to Africa. So it's 1960 here in the center of Africa, a country called Congo. They just gained independence from Belgium, and they have an election. And this guy, Patrice Lumumba, wins, becomes the prime minister. But immediately, over in Washington, the communist alarm bells instantly start sounding off. Because we're in the middle of the Cold War, and Congo is a place full of tons of natural resources, including loads of uranium, the main ingredient for nuclear bombs. This is at a time when Americans are keeping gas masks next to their bed and have hordes of canned goods in their basements. And officials in Washington can't risk Congo falling into...
They needed Congo for the fake nuke rock.
The influence of the Soviet Union. So they start focusing on this prime minister. The CIA director called him, quote, an urgent and prime objective that should, quote, be a high priority of our covert action. So they pull a more political coup than the ones before. They start allying with Lumumba's political enemies and Congo's former colonizer Belgium. They bribe politicians, they fund protests and labor movements, and they circulate propaganda, similar ingredients to the previous coups. And when the moment is right, all these bribed politicians do what the CIA asked them to. They remove Lumumba from power, and the CIA is right there giving money and intelligence and advice to the new government. This political solution was actually not the first try. The CIA had tried to assassinate Lumumba in the past, but all of those attempts failed, which is why they turned to hijacking and manipulating Congolese politics.
It's 2025, and they can almost damn assassinate Trump. But the CIA, and by they, I mean some dumbass kid. But back then, the CIA couldn't figure out how to kill this dude. There are a lot of European countries that would be in the same category as a lot of South American countries were it not for NATO because of how small they are. Well, but it's also geographically, it's not, no, it wouldn't, like, we're talking about islands and places where, like, Europe is somewhat aligned, like NATO, like, if you were attacking, I don't know. I don't think so. Were it not for NATO, yeah, objectively, we could conquer Lithuania in an afternoon. That's because it's small. But, yeah, were it not for NATO. So they're like, yeah, Europe is like America, and their countries are like our states. But not really. But kinda. I don't think all of those countries would be like, no, you can't take Lithuania. Stop picking on Lithuania, America. What's wrong with you? That would be bad. But no, if we fucked with Taiwan, China would be like, no, you can't have Taiwan. Be like, you don't want it? Well, we do. Well, you haven't taken it yet. I'm sure if we went and wanted to like fuck up Ukraine, Russia wouldn't care. We probably could go do a regime change in Ukraine right now pretty easily. Except, yeah, the EU and NATO would get involved because, yeah, that would be the problem. Probably wouldn't be a good look. Because Russia's not going to care if we... Damn.
Brand new democracy, supporting
That's
the
a
people who
thought.
would eventually go on to put Lumumba in front of a Congolese and Belgian firing squad, making this effectively a political assassination, supported from an ocean away. And yet there's so much gray area in these coups. In this case, it's really tough to prove that the CIA's support was the key factor in Lumumba's assassination. It's debated to this day. An effective foreign-sponsored coup works like this, operating in the shadows, fueling divisions, appealing to the worst demons of the people on the ground, through money, through influence. All right, let's move on to the Caribbean in the 1960s. There's a brutal dictator here in the Dominican Republic. I mean, this guy's really bad. He's rumored to feed his opponents to sharks. But anyway, what the US cares about is that there's fear that a communist revolution could happen at any moment. So the CIA sends weapons to a group of hitmen who go a solution. There's a brutal dictator here.
Dominican Republic, Red Scare, McCarthyism. We're fighting the commies. We got commies pulling up in the Dominican Republic. 1961. Dude, we were on it. 50s and 60s, once the CIA got in there, we were damn cooing everybody. 1961. Dominican Republic. Commies are coming. Commies are coming. Red Scare, McCarthyism. This is Eisenhower and the CIA. Joseph Harlan, Henry Dearborn. Okay.
Here in the Dominican Republic. I mean, this guy's really bad. He's rumored to feed his opponents to sharks. But anyway, what the US cares about is that there's fear that a communist revolution could happen at any moment. So the CIA sends weapons to a group of hitmen who go assassinate this guy. It ends up being an ambush and a car chase. They're successful in taking him out, ending his 31-year rule.
Damn, they lit that car up.
And eventually the US sends in forces to occupy the DR to make sure that a leftist candidate doesn't come to power. They restore order, and eventually a US-friendly candidate is elected.
See,
Okay, so now
I don't have a problem with that. You got some commie taking over the Dominican Republic, and he's feeding people to sharks. You pop him up real quick, and then it's nice.
Now we have to head over to Vietnam in 1963.
Vietnam, 1963. Dude, back to
And
back
boy,
to
this is a
back
way
to
bigger
back.
one than we have time for, but we're trying to focus on the coup element of this. Vietnam was divided in two, between communist and pro-Western governments. The US needs the South to stay on their side, but Washington starts to lose confidence in this guy, the South's leader. He's losing a grip on the country, and the US fears that communism will take over the whole country of Vietnam. So the CIA rolls up its sleeves. It's time for another coup. This time they focus on a South Vietnamese general who also doesn't love the
Don't mind
president, and he agrees to do the CIA's bidding. And when given the signal, the general directs his military to seize the airport and radio stations, and they block off highways. They march to the presidential palace. A bloody shootout goes down, and this president, President Diem, escapes. He happens to be with his brother, but it's not going well for them, so he realizes that he needs to set up a meeting to surrender. They're going to meet at a Catholic church. This was probably going to be a peaceful meeting, but when the generals arrive, they just kill him on the spot, saying, quote, "To kill the weed, you must pull up the roots." Meaning, in order to solve the problem, Diem must die. Exile was not enough. Now, the US actually didn't plan for this to happen. They didn't want to kill this guy. It was not an official order from Washington. But they made this coup happen. JFK is said to be really distraught about this. The first American
JFK. Vietnam. Diem gets killed. CIA caused, but death wasn't approved. JFK not happy. JFK no bueno. So JFK didn't want dude to die. The damn CIA fucking everything up. You're supposed to capture him. You let him get away, and then he got killed.
Catholic president behind the coup that killed the first Vietnamese Catholic president. And incidentally, JFK was a
Apparently, the Dominican Republic was once ruled by a Bond villain. Yeah, shark face. Was that JS trying to speak Vietnamese? Are you Vietnamese, Abby? You look Asian. You Asian? Well, plus your last name is Zong. Zong. Zhang? You say Zhang? Zhang? You want the nail done? $5?
assassinated 20 days later. And one national security journalist argues that Diem's assassination actually had a greater impact on American history than the murder of JFK, because it locked the US into a decade of conflict in Vietnam, which ballooned into a long war, ending in an embarrassing defeat and a political crisis at home.
Good.
One of the few coups where the US actually had to deal with the aftermath. Okay, let's blast through a few of these really quickly. I'm gonna skirt over some details here. It's 1964 and Brazil is potentially veering off into communism with the rise of a new leftist leader. Lucky for the CIA, there's already a coup being plotted against him, so the US...
God damn. Once the... Oh, sorry, I said GD, but I was like, God, and then also separate those two words. Damn. But, bruh. So... What is this here? 1911? Bro, so 1911, up until 1911, it's all just like little things to get some bananas. 1911, they see damn Sam the Banana Man with a plan run up on the land over there in Honduras, kicking some ass in Honduras. He runs up in there. And then and America sees it and they're like, it's that easy? And so in America, between 1911 and 1953 creates the CIA. And wars happen. Plus there are wars happening. So we can't be doing any coups right now. We're fighting 2 world wars. But after the world wars and after the CIA, Now it's like coup 30. What time is it? It's coup 30. 1953, Iran. 1954, Guatemala. 1960, Congo. 1961, Dominican Republic. 1963, Vietnam. 1964, Brazil. And these aren't all just for some dang bananas. Now, I think Brazil is about that life with the bananas. Everything in Latin America is about bananas until like 1980. Then all of a sudden it's about cocaine. And then the 2000s, it's fentanyl. They have not been saying fentanyl though in the news though. And Trump's and his thing, they've been talking about cocaine. And I'm like, bitch, you know this ain't about cocaine. We've had cocaine coming over the border forever. Nobody's cared. There's a reason 100,000 people are dying every year. It's not because of cocaine. But they say cocaine, and I wonder if that's to not send a message that we're also in the process of this going to be getting to the root of the precursors, where those are coming. We know they're coming from China, but who, where, when, why, how? And so maybe they don't say it in the press conference. Let's not focus on the fentanyl thing. And plus, they probably ship it in cocaine. Like, it's probably mixed into the cocaine. Or it's separate. Maybe they'll have like 10 barrels of cocaine. And because like just because a new drug comes out doesn't mean they're gonna stop shipping the other drug. But I'm more interested in really what people aren't talking about enough. And a couple people have talked about it. I've been talking about it. Was talking about BRICS 2 years ago. But the BRICS aspect too is a big thing. So it's not just the oil, it's not just fentanyl, but it's BRICS, and it's just devaluing our dollar and our enemies all working through Venezuela, setting up military bases in Venezuela, plus the inmates being released and sent to America, criminals being released from prisons while our border was open, being sent in to help destroy America. There's a lot of more than just drugs and oil, regardless of whether it's coke or fentanyl. But they've been saying fentanyl in all the press conferences and stuff. I mean, I'm sorry, they've been saying cocaine in all the press conferences and whatnot. And I'm like, well, I thought we were getting fentanyl. Why do they keep saying cocaine? Because I know there's damn fentanyl coming through there too.
U.S. military just shows up with ships off the coast of Brazil. They airlift in a bunch of ammunition and supplies. They didn't end up having to do much, actually. Instead, they just stood by with reinforcements and watched the Brazilian coup go down. The leftist leader goes down, and a new leader comes in.
See, another easy one. Whenever it's in Latin America, South America, Central America, them island boys, it's easy. Light work.
In 1973, there's a coup in Chile that is a very complicated story with conflicting accounts, and we went down a super deep rabbit hole, and we've decided that because the evidence is not rock solid, we're going to cut it for time.
Chile.
But definitely some crazy shit went down. I'm not saying it didn't.
Chile.
Okay, we're back in Africa, and it's the 80s, and over here in Libya, the dictator, Muammar Gaddafi, was making lots of trouble in the region, funding terrorist groups.
This is the one that all the liberals have been pointing to. They'll point to Libya, Gaddafi, Iran, but they're not talking about the other Iran. They're talking about this next Iran, and then Panama.
And working to expand his influence all over the region.
Gaddafi, 82. See, there's a big jump there, finally. Brazil was kind of boring. 1982. Gaddafi. In Libya.
Then he gets a call from his neighbor Chad asking for help against a rebellion. Gaddafi eagerly sends forth.
And the equator's like down here a little bit. Look how the skin gets darker as you get closer to the equator, Freddy. Isn't that crazy?
1,000 troops to occupy a huge part of the country and makes friends with the new president by helping him exile his rival. And soon Gaddafi's getting greedy and threatening to merge Chad into Libya. The US is not into this. So Ronald Reagan fires up the well-oiled coup machine, launching a covert war, sending weapons and cash to rebels in Chad, and supporting that political opponent who was ousted, helping him fight back. And it works. The president of Chad has to flee, and the US-backed and supported leader comes to power. And now there's a conflict, and the CIA continues arming the war even after this guy is in office. The new US-backed leader rules brutally for 8 years, until he's eventually overthrown by a military officer, and in 2013 he was charged with crimes against humanity, torture, and war crimes.
If you want to learn how to edit really well from professional Hollywood editors, we're going to show you the stuff that nobody else is teaching. I'm talking about real creative skills, like how you can use music and sound design to make a joke funnier.
So they're saying they took out the leader of Chad, replaced him with another leader, then gave them weapons so that they could fight Libya to deal with Gaddafi. And then afterwards, the dude who they installed in Chad got captured for war crimes and crimes against humanity. What'd they say?
Weapons and cash to rebels in Chad, and supporting that political opponent who was ousted, helping him fight back. And it works. The president of Chad has to flee, and the US-backed and supported leader comes to power. And now there's a conflict, and this
Gokuni, after replacing rebel leader Gokuni with Hissine Habre. Then supplying weapons to Habre. Sorry, I'm writing all this down just so I know in case he brings up Libya. Because they probably will. I need to just have a little backing and understanding of what went down here. This is totally different, by the way, than Venezuela. Anybody who's bringing up Libya as a comparison for Venezuela, this is crazy. This is totally different. This would be like if we gave El Salvador, if we took out the El Salvador president and got a based guy in there, Bukele, and then we started giving them weapons, and then they went and attacked Venezuela, then that would be comparable to Libya. But it is kind of interesting. We've got Bukele, we've got Argentina, chainsaw guy. Anyway, it's basically in South America in these countries, it's like you either got to elect somebody based or we're going to make you have somebody based. Bukele and who's the chainsaw dude? Argentina, president of Argentina. Milei, yes. Yes. And then what's the lady's name? She's got a 3-name name. Venezuela Nobel Prize winner. He's meeting with her next week. Maria Corina Machado. Maria Corina Machado. So she was an opposition party candidate who the people were going to vote for, but he wouldn't let her get in. And then Maduro wasn't voted for. The person who did end up getting voted for, because he didn't even let this Maria Corina Machado lady into it, but everybody wanted her. Instead, they got the other lady. I think her name starts with an E. She's basically running the country now. And she's nowhere near as bad as Maduro, but she's not great either, from what I understand, which we're going to look more into this. But anyway, this Maria lady wins the Nobel Peace Prize, and when she wins, she's like, I think Trump deserved it, but he didn't even get nominated. He'll probably, hopefully, be nominated next year. Well, actually, I said before, they're never going to give him a Peace Prize. What the fuck you think they're going to give you a Nobel Peace Prize? Also, who cares? What do you want a Nobel Peace Prize for, Trump? Nobody wants a Nobel Peace Prize. They're not worth anything. You made fun of how they gave Obama a Nobel Peace Prize for doing nothing. Why do you want one? Fuck them. The Nobel Peace Prize. That's like saying I'm gay. Anyway, this Maria, unless you're a woman, if you're a woman and you win a Nobel Peace Prize, that's okay. That's nice. That's cool. But she won it, and she wanted to give it to Trump. Well, now she really wants to give it to Trump. She's very happy. Venezuela Machado says she would share Nobel Peace Prize with Trump 3 days ago. But I wonder if she said it again or if they're reporting on when she won it, because she said that when she won it. We talked about it like 2 months ago. She said that. So they might just be reporting on something she said before. But maybe now she's like, I really want to share it with Trump. I just want to give it to him. He saved Venezuela. I don't know how I just do a generic brown person accent. I don't know the different countries. Little bit like if I hear some Puerto Rican or some Cuban people for a bit, I can do them specifically, but I need to listen to them. It's been a while. And a Mexican. Okay. So, supplying weapons to Habre in order to what? Defeat Gaddafi?
CIA continues arming the war even after this guy is in office. The new US-backed leader rules brutally for 8 years until he's eventually overthrown by a military officer, and in 2013 he was charged with crimes against humanity, torture, and war crimes.
Wait, am I confused? That's Chad or Libya? Why were they talking about Chad? Yeah, Libya is the northern one. This is Chad. So we didn't do a coup in Libya. We did a coup in Chad in order to go to war with Libya.
Okay, now let's go to this little island.
That one confused me a little bit. I kind of want to watch it again because I know it's like an important. We'll read about it. Let me look at this real quick. Put it in a folder. We'll look it up in a little bit. Maybe coup 1982. That's what everybody says. They all say Libya, Libya, Libya. Wasn't rather 1982 saw increased Muammar Gaddafi's regime due to support for anti-Western groups, leading to a failed Libya-backed coup attempt in Chad. A failed Libya-backed coup attempt in Chad. Assassinate President Reagan? Okay, we'll look at... Why do we call it a coup in Libya? I'm confused. Might have to watch a video just on that. Seems like it was a coup in Chad. No? A failed Libya-backed coup attempt in Chad and Gaddafi's own threats of terrorism against the U.S. Libya-backed coup attempt. So what is it? The CIA in Libya did a coup in Chad, but then we're giving weapons to Chad to keep fighting the war? I'm confused.
In 1983. It's communism again, and the US sends
Grenada?
2,000 troops to invade this small remote island and remove their communist leader. They didn't really know much about this small island, and they literally had to use tourism maps to plan their invasion. Anyway, American forces move in, overwhelm the Grenadian fighters, who happen to be joined by their Cuban allies. The government collapses, and the US-friendly leader comes to power. Okay, back down to Central
Fighting
America. It's
commies.
1989, and we're here in Panama, where the U.S. has control of a very important canal. And luckily, the Panamanian dictator has been very friendly to American interests. But the U.S. starts losing confidence in this guy, wondering if he's really the best choice, ensuring the U.S. maintain easy access to their vital canal.
Noriega, the real Noriega. He owed me 100 favors. Noriega, Panama Canal Control, which is trade routes, economic security. Trade route, economic security. Do, 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 do. Where's my chat? Where'd it go? Oh. Total Chad move. Christian Nut. 2 + 2 = 9. Facts. So winning the Nobel Peace Prize is a woman thing? I mean, I would say it's not really anything. It shouldn't matter to anybody. But if somebody's going to win it, you don't want to give it to a woman. She's like, oh, I got a trophy for peace. Yeah, it's a woman thing. Yeah. Nobel Peace Prize should not be won by men. Rule number 12 for men: don't win Nobel Peace Prizes. Every day I'm hustling. Panama Canal, trade route, economic security. Noriega, the real Noriega. Every day I'm hustling. U.S.-backed leader Guillermo Andrada. William Casey. This is George Bush. George H.W. Bush. W. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Well, you can't fool me twice. Fool me one time, shame on me. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on me. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Go to the chopper, let it rain on me. George H.W. Bush Sr. Were we in 92? 89. And then he was president until 92. W. Bush. George H.W. Bush. Ask not what you could do for your country, but ask what your country can do for you. That's JFK, right? I'm JFK. I hope they don't shoot me. It sounds a little Australian. I'm going a little Australian with it. Read my lips. Lost election. Bush, hanging chads, bro. Hanging chads. What are you talking about? You don't know about them hanging chads? Who's Dick Cheney? Just kidding. I know. Okay, now I'm actually recognizing names. Colin Powell, Dick Cheney, Maxwell Thurman.
Has control of a very important canal. And luckily, the Panamanian dictator has been very friendly to American interests. But the U.S. starts losing confidence in this guy, wondering if he's...
I'm Kieran. One reason why I can't be Kieran, mate. I'm not gay.
really the best choice, ensuring the U.S. maintain easy access to their vital canal. Oh, and it didn't help that this guy was indicted in Florida on drug trafficking and money laundering charges. We gotta get him out. But the straw that broke the camel's back for this guy was when Panama...
Well, then how the hell did he get back to Panama? Why don't you just keep him in Florida?
Panamanian troops...
Wait, Noriega had charges in Florida? See, this is why... And I'm a Floridian, so this is close to my heart. Man, we gotta shut down the damn coast. They pull up on the shore of Miami. If they touch the sand, they're in. They're in. We gotta tighten up on that.
Killed an unarmed American student and maintain confidence in this guy, wondering if he's really the best choice, ensuring the U.S. maintain easy access to their vital canal. Oh, and it didn't help that this guy was indicted in Florida on drug trafficking and money laundering charges. We gotta get him out. But the straw that broke the camel's back for this guy was when Panamanian troops killed an unarmed American soldier in Panama City. The U.S. is done with this guy, so they invade Panama with 27,000 troops. Panama's military is crushed and
27,000 troops. So I want to know how many troops we had on the ground for how long the night we went in. As far as I know, they got him within 3 minutes. The total mission was only actually like an hour. No casualties from there's one guy who got hurt, some damage done to a helicopter. The only article I've found reporting on Venezuelan deaths, I read it on my Monday night show, and if you remember, it was from like an odd source. It wasn't no CNN or no NPR or AP or anything like that. It was like just some random website. So it might have been bullshit, but it said 40. It said 40 Venezuelans fatalities so far. Not casualties. It said fatality, deaths. 40 Venezuelan deaths. And I thought, now I haven't verified, and I said it. I was like, I don't know about this source, but this is the only thing I could find. It says 40 dead in Venezuela so far. And then the only reason I read it on the show is because it sounds reasonable. Sounds about right. I would believe. Because I did see, we watched some videos of people coming home. Like, there were some residential areas taken out. I think they warned them before time. I haven't read anything about that. I'm just guessing. But I think somebody warned them. But I could believe that 40 people were too dumb to get out, or maybe they didn't have a warning. I could believe 40 people died. Is that bad? Yes, that's bad. That's bad. But it's not that bad, you know?
And the dictator is eventually arrested.
That's pretty good.
And sentenced to 40 years.
That's not 27,000 troops in Panama. 27,000 troops.
In prison, and the U.S. ensures access to its canal after all.
But I'm not talking about the story as much right now, about what's going on in Venezuela right now. Right now, we're trying to do history lessons. We need to learn geopolitics and history a little bit. We're doing this, and then we're going to learn the history of Venezuela, and then we're probably going to watch Trump on Hannity, and then I'm probably going to have to go.
Okay, so now it's the end of the 1980s, and the Soviets are invading Afghanistan.
This one is the other one that gets mentioned.
And are meeting resistance from a bunch of fighters from all over the world who have come to Afghanistan to fight back against the Soviet occupation. Many of them with fundamentalist religious motivations. But the U.S. doesn't care about
Muslim,
their motivation.
you mean?
They just care that they're willing to fight against the Soviets and the Soviets' puppet, the Afghan president. And it totally works.
This is a good one for my side of the argument is, were you mad when we killed Osama bin Laden? No? Then shut the fuck up, dude. We didn't even kill anybody this time. We captured somebody alive. You want due process? You got due process. Crying about due process all the time? Now you get due process? You're still crying. Crying about you don't want dictators all the time? Now you got rid of a dictator? You're still crying. They don't ever stop crying.
With the help of the US, these fighters push the Soviets back and successfully run the Afghan president out of office. And as he's being run out of office, he forebodingly warns the Americans that if they leave Afghanistan in the hands of these fighters, that it would, quote, be turned into a center for terrorism. And his prophecy was completely fulfilled. Those US-funded fighters were people whose names we know today. Osama bin Laden, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the guy who started the group that would eventually become ISIS. Those same weapons that the US sent to counter the Soviets and to effect regime change in Afghanistan would go on to be used against American soldiers years later, when the US was back, orchestrating yet another regime change after 9/11, against the very groups they once enabled. The US would eventually leave Afghanistan, only to find the country immediately falling back into Taliban rule. We're almost to the end of our list, and we're now in modern day. It's 2003, and 150,000 American troops invade Iraq.
So wait, he just did 2 of them right there. So 2001, we go back for a regime change, or is this 2003? This is the other one he's talking about, Iraq. Okay, so 1989, Afghanistan, the CIA helps a group called the Mujahideen to take out the president, providing them with weapons, military trained Mujahideen soldiers, terrorists, Muslims, trained and armed by America, by the CIA, go in and take out the president, take over Afghanistan, which gives rise to Osama bin Laden and the Taliban. And then later we have to do it again to take out Osama bin Laden. Crazy. Crazy. So I don't even have to be. I think I'm going to agree. Regime change is bad. Forcing regime changes is usually bad, but it can be justified in some situations, because not all of these are bad. Some of these I'm cool with, especially if we're like, we don't even got to kill nobody. We like kidnap somebody, or we just, some Latin American president, we just get him out, get another person in so that we can control the trade routes and the bananas. And everybody's happy because of it, because these guys who are in there fucking everything up are usually assholes, and the people don't want to live in that country anyway. He starts feeding people to sharks. We're like, okay, this is stupid. We can take that guy out in an hour and get another person in there. Okay, let's do it. And that's the justify ones. Now, this stuff with the CIA, once the CIA gets involved, it's a problem. And then the response to that would be, okay, well, you think the CIA wasn't involved in Venezuela? Why is it going to be different with Venezuela? I think it comes down to Latin America, Central America, all the islands around us. It's just different than these damn radical Muslims. Thoughts on the removal of the government of Iran in the mid-20th century? That's what they're about to be talking about right now, I believe.
They say that they are there to find and destroy weapons of mass destruction, but their main focus is taking out this guy, Saddam Hussein, which they do in a matter of weeks. Saddam fleeing into hiding, and President Bush declaring mission accomplished,
this is
establishing
Iraq.
An American-friendly government in Iraq, creating once again a negative byproduct by alienating huge swaths of the Iraqi people and army, who form a bunch of anti-American rebel groups that go on to fight against the American occupation, some morphing into groups like ISIS, who wreak all kinds of havoc on the region to this day. Once again, I made a whole video about this topic. Go check it out. Iraq remains a place of deep political instability. Trust in government is extremely low. And the question of how and why we did this expensive, horrific, destructive coup is still something that there aren't really good answers to. Again, you can go watch my video for more on that. And this gets us to the final coup on our list.
Yeah, I think all that was bad. All this Middle Eastern stuff, Iraq, Afghanistan, all that was bad.
It's 2011 during a wave of protests spreading throughout this region, trying to take down all these strongmen dictators, one of which was this guy, Muammar Gaddafi. The same Gaddafi we were talking about earlier who was like taking over Chad. He's still here and he's still a very horrible dude. And there's worry that he's going to potentially massacre all of these pro-democracy protesters. So the US feels like it must get involved to save these protesters. They rally their NATO allies to help them. But at some point, the mission switches to total regime change. We don't know exactly how this happened. Only the people in the room do. But is it surprising? We've seen this long arc of the US using the coup as a force.
But I mean, he's an asshole. Is it justified that we killed Gaddafi? Maybe, I think, maybe.
For getting their way in an international conflict. It's a tried and true tool in the American foreign policy toolkit. So it's not surprising that a coup becomes a solution during these difficult decision-making processes. So anyway, the target becomes Gaddafi. And
you're like, damn, what do we do in this situation? Can we just kill him? And they're like, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can.
And now NATO drones are firing missiles at his convoy, and he eventually gets captured and gets killed on the spot.
Damn.
Libya has been in chaos ever since, but it's not like it was a great place under Gaddafi. And once again, we're in a gray area where we don't know the history that didn't happen, or how things could have turned out different if the US didn't get involved. That debate lives on. Okay, so that's our list. These are our coups that we decided to go over in this video. There are so many more that we could have mentioned. My purpose in doing this broad back-to-back history of American-led coups was so that we can see patterns that emerge. How a rising superpower became really good at removing leaders that didn't align with their way of seeing the world. Or, in a lot of cases, who were not friendly to American business interests. But let's be clear, the US didn't invent this. This is something that powerful countries and empires have always done. What characterizes US-led coups, especially during the Cold War, was how the overthrow of these governments often stamped out new democracies, budding democratic movements, replacing them with authoritarian leaders who would go on to oppress the people with the support and backing of the United States, and in the process, redirecting the country's history. Lately, Russia has been meddling in the election process of the United States, and I've been reflecting on my feelings towards that. The violation of having...
This video was made 2 years ago. Okay, I'm done with you, buddy. This guy's got 7 million subscribers. Holy crap. Done with this guy. I've had enough. Tyson's got a new video. All right, we're going to listen to one song and then we'll watch a video about the history of Venezuela. I got to find something. I got to find a good one. I don't know. What are they smoking? What are they smoking? This is Iran right now?
No strings. This is all by design.
I've never heard this. Oh, he got the new shirt. Wait, when does this come out? 1 hour ago. Yeah, he said he had new merch in the new video coming. That's about the Epstein list. Ah!
Nothing's ever by mistake.
Release the Epstein list. Come on, bro. I disagree with my boy Tyson on this. He's he kind of turned on Trump because of the Epstein list. Love you, Tyson, but I don't agree.
Never seen me go all way. All of no strings. This is all by design. All that we could do is pray, keeping that faith always. All of no strings. This is all by design. It's all by design. This is so apparent to me. We all chasing the American dream. People die for my liberty. I care to be free, but I'm a slave to that dollar, but heir to the king. That makes sense. To slave been paid the state cents. I make waves, they take and make debt, and we feeling the pain. The stage is being set for that one world order. It's that main event. They putting poison in the water, leading all the sheep to the slaughter. Sitting pretty while we feeding for $1. But I will never sell out, even if they offer. They rewrite history and demons are the author. They sell you a savior, then demonize faith. They mock the Messiah, then legalize gays. They do what they want and penalize.
They mock the Messiah, then legalize gays. Hey. Hold on, I like that.
Leading all the sheep to the slaughter, sitting pretty while we feeding for $1. But I will never sell out, even if they offer. They rewrite history and demons are the author. They sell you a savior, then demonize faith. They mock the Messiah, then legalize gays. They do what they want and penalize the prey. Nothing that they do was a mistake, it's a play. Nothing's ever by mistake. Never seem to go our way. Pulling those strings, this is all by design. All that we could do is pray, keeping that faith always. Pulling those strings, this is all by design. Every promise they break, every dream they deny. They tell you it's the truth while they selling you a lie. While the chemicals are falling from that plane in the sky, then you drink it from your sink and it's killing you inside. They print more money, they cloud seek cause they want it dim, not sunny. They abort cause they selling baby limbs, not funny. Their sin is so scummy, they did it, they admit it.
They abort because they selling baby limbs. They admit it because they did it.
You'll sink and it's killing you inside. They print more money, they cloud seek cause they want it dim, not sunny. They abort cause they selling baby limbs, not funny. Their sin is so scummy, they did it, they admit it, they are in it for the money. Every riot, every war, they want you quiet to the core. But I will not be silent, I'm a lion, I will roar. They kill you with the food, then denying you ignore. Then keep lying and you buy it every time you at the store. That ain't freedom. All these men in suits and they tell us we need them. But when it's time to work for the people, I don't see them. I will not be idle, I will not be blind. It says it in the Bible, this is all by design.
I like that one. There's another verse? No. Usually he does a little breakdown and then he might, no, he'll do the chorus again.
Nothing's ever by mistake. Never seem to go our way. Pulling those strings, this is all by design. All that we could do is pray, keeping that faith always. Pulling those strings, this is all by design.
Okay. No, stop. That was good. What was I gonna say? The book I read said 60% of the oil. Yeah, it's a mix of things. It's the oil. It's Israel. I was listening to Fuentes talking on NXR. I like that. I like that guy. What is it? NXR Studios. And he was talking about, what's it called? The post-war agreement? The post-war something after World War. Anyway, what I'm getting at is, yes, there's oil is a big thing, but it's also Israel influence had a lot to do with that. The post-war compromise. Basically, and they talk about what were they saying? The magic word or the miss. Basically, we can never let another Hitler happen. And then that's when they start, like, Marxism comes in and they start pushing. You can't be nationalist. You can't love your country. You can't love God. And there was a lot of certain country in the Middle East had a lot to do with that. It wasn't just about the oil. I don't think. But anyway. What was I looking for? History of Venezuela. Brief political history of Venezuela is 21 minutes long. That'll do.
If there's a place in the world whose politics have been distorted by the ideological mirrors of people that don't live there, it's Venezuela. Join me for a brief explainer so you can understand the basics of Venezuelan politics and understand why it's not as simple as screaming socialism or American imperialism. Venezuela was one of the first Spanish colonies to declare itself independent in 1810 under the leadership of...
Hold on. This is the Venezuelan history segment. (1810) 19 de Abril de 1810. Venezuela was also heavily into shadow fleeting prior to Maduro getting grabbed. What's shadow fleeting? (1810) declared independence from who? A lot of this information may not be necessary for me to learn, but why not, right? Might as well learn a little bit about Venezuela today. What is a shadow fleeting? Simón Bolívar. Under Simón de Bolívar. Bolívar.
Simón Bolívar, it became part of a large confederation known as La Gran Colombia, that also included modern Colombia, Ecuador, and Panama. Unfortunately for Venezuelans, there was a lot of disagreement between their leaders about how to govern themselves. Liberals and conservatives, federalists and anti-federalists disagreed on who and what should have power, how it should be divided, and what role the Catholic Church should play. This meant that even after seceding from the Gran Colombia, for most of the 19th century, Venezuela faced constant instability, coups, civil wars, localized rebellions, and a weak state that was incapable of providing public goods even when peace permitted it. Part of the problem was its geography. The lack of roads, the Andes Mountains, and difficult highland terrain made it difficult for anyone in charge of government to have the full monopoly of power. So caudillos dominated.
Yeah, and Andrew was talking about on Rob's thing about how, like, the black market, they would exchange money there or something.
This began to change under Juan Vicente Gómez, the de facto ruler of the country between 1908 and 1935. Venezuela had had national strongmen before, but Gómez had a significant advantage over his predecessors: oil. The new resource, discovered in Maracaibo in 1918, permitted the strongman to have enough money.
Oil in 1819, oil discovered. Would it say 1908 this guy comes in? 1908 and 1935. 1935. Juan Vincent Gomez. I'm not going to remember any of these names. Ever. Ever. I would never remember this guy's name. It's not important enough. A lot of sanctioned companies. Look into this because Andrew wasn't even mentioning it and it's not getting much attention. Venezuelan. Can I just look up Venezuelan shadow fleeting? Let me see. Let's just look up shadow fleeting. Shadow fleeting. Fleeting shadows most commonly refers to popular. No. Fleeting shadow. It's showing me like anime. How can I look this up? What's another word for it that I can look it up? Hold on, I missed a lot of this. It's used to avoid economic sanctions and taxes and change what laws the ships sail under. So you can have a tanker flying the Swiss flag loaded with Russian oil. Look into this because Andrew wasn't even mentioning it and it's not getting much attention. A lot of sanctioned countries engage in this. I can't find anything on shadow fleeting. Can you do you have anything on it? Can you send it to me in Discord? Or like how would I look that up? Shadow fleeting to avoid economic sanctions. U.S. seizes 2 shadow fleets. How do shadow fleets work? U.S. seizes 2 sentenced oil. What is this? The term shadow fleet, also known as the dark fleet, refers to a large network of ships, primarily oil tankers. I think I watched a video of a helicopter landing on one of these the other day at night. It was night vision, and they were dropping dudes onto these giant ships on Zeb Boykin's stream. But I didn't know what it was that he was showing. I Googled shadow fleet meaning. Yeah, shadow fleet. I put shadow fleeting, and it showed me like some anime. A network of ships, primarily oil tankers, used by sanctioned nations like Russia, Iran, and Venezuela to circumvent international economic sanctions and price caps. These fleets operate outside of mainstream international shipping norms and regulations, often using deceptive practices to conceal their activities. Interesting. Shadow fleets. Shadow fleets. Oil. Bricks. Drugs. Democracy. I'm just writing down arguments on my side. Then there's the whole ethical route of what do you even mean by justified? How do you justify anything, you damn atheist Democrat? You think it's okay to kill babies. What do you mean by justified? Worst case scenario, we just go there, boys. That's where it goes. All else fails, he starts calling me an idiot. Dude, fuck you. You think it's okay to kill babies? You can't justify anything. Shut the fuck up. That's where it goes. Cause I'm telling you, I've never talked to this guy. Well, actually, I have talked to him, but I don't like him. I'll tell you one thing I do know. I don't know much. I may not be a smart man, but I know I don't like First Amender. I know that. But I'll be nice. We'll have a nice debate, you know. I don't start fights.
In 1935, Venezuela had national strongmen before, but Gomez had a significant advantage over his predecessors: oil. The new resource, discovered in Maracaibo in 1918, permitted the strongman to have enough money to bribe any potential challengers, create massive public works like roads
1935, Juan Vincent Gomez
crush the opposition,
utilizes the oil,
and have the side effect of improving the economic lot of the country, which also granted him legitimacy and power. Subsequent nationalists, like Hugo Chavez, would blame the existence of his regime on American imperialism preying on Venezuela. But that is not quite correct. It's true that Gomez was quite happy to grant concessions to American companies.
Chavez later blames Gomez's success on American imperialism. So Gomez was the strongest dude at the time because he was working with America and he utilized the oil. So the oil is discovered in 1819. And then he's in charge from 1908 to 1935. He's utilizing, by this time, they've got oil. They find the oil in 1819. Give them about 90 years. They've got oil rigs. They're starting to produce it. They're figuring out how to use it. 90 years later, he's in charge now. Now he's at the height of, okay, let's do something with this oil. And he does it. And he works with companies like American oil companies like Shell. And he goes to America and he deals with America and he becomes the strong man. He becomes the top guy. And then later, commie-ass Hugo Chavez comes out and says he's only strong because he sell the oil to America. It's imperialism. America was very imperialistic. And they were taking the oil and giving him money. That's the only reason he was good. Bitch, if you acted like Gomez, you might have been all right too. Chavez, you commie. Chavez later blames Gomez's success on American imperialism. Because Gomez worked with American. Maybe I will remember this guy's name because I wrote it 3 times and it all lines up. It's like Gomez, Gomez, Gomez. Gomez works with America. I'm just writing all this to get it in my head. It's really not going to be necessary in the debate, but I do want to know the history of Venezuela. Tarrio is out of prison. Enrique Tarrio? Chilling, waiting for my boy to get here. What's up, Grid? Hold on. You guys said a lot. I got to scroll up. Explains why countries never make much noise when a ship gets attacked. Probably not legitimately from that country. Okay. I got some stuff on it, so I will definitely look into that. I saw Rob's debate with First Amender. Be prepared for lots of over-talking. I know. And it's going to frustrate me. It's not just the over-talking. He always gets to a point where he just starts calling people idiots. And he'll say, all you Christian Republicans, you're all conservatives, you guys are all idiots. And idiot, you're dumb. That really annoys me. And eventually it gets me to the point where, and I'm sharp. I don't like talking a lot of shit, but when I need to, I'll cut you quick. I'll just drop a little something in there. Just be like a cut. I'll fuck that little guy up. What's up, Grid? Howdy, Grid. Chilling, waiting for my boy to get here. I'm getting ready for the debate later today with Destiny and Dev versus me and Gibbs, Tin Hale, and Enrique Tarrio. He was at Word Wars last night. Enrique Tarrio was? Who's Dev? You're going to be in a debate with Destiny and Enrique Tarrio, Grid? Where is that going to be? I'll probably watch that tomorrow then. I always got to react to Destiny's debates because we get a lot of viewers when I do that. Enrique Tarrio's not in jail? What the? Oh, yeah, and War War's happening tomorrow. That's what I was going to do. I was going to watch that. He's a fucking Fed. Fuck that guy. Sorry about it, but he's gonna say a lot of base stuff. But former Proud Boys 11 months ago, released from prison 11 months ago. I thought he went back to jail though. I knew he got released 11 months ago, but I thought he went back again. January 2022 he was released. No, but then he went back again. He got pardoned for J6, but then he went back to jail. They threw a Fed in jail. Yeah, they do it all the time. That's like that's like a Fed's like favorite place to be. If you're undercover, yeah, you're going to go to jail sometimes. You know what's crazier is that they let Feds out of jail all the time. What talk is going on now when I join? Yeah, Proud Boys started falling apart as soon as he took the reins, and Gavin dropped out. But I don't know if he was at Word War. Maybe he was talking to Gavin. Maybe they're friends or something. I don't know. I like Gavin, but I don't trust Tario. I have my reasons. And I'm not just talking out of my ass. But if he was at Word War, that means he's not like... He was probably going to talk to Gavin, so... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's all right. Don't... I don't know, re-examination. I don't know. We're all Feds. Everybody's a Fed.
And only a tiny elite benefited from the oil bonanza. But that was because that's what suited Gomez. Had there been no oil or American interest, Venezuela would have had a similar reality. The only difference would probably have been fewer public works and fewer rich families. We know that because that's exactly what it was like under the strongman for 10 years before American companies showed up. Even if he had been overthrown, there's no reason another caudillo wouldn't have followed in his footsteps. Gomez died in his bed, and authoritarianism continued after him.
This game,
shut up,
you're not ready for it.
But his successors opened up some political space and legalized political parties, one of which, Acción Democrática, AD, led by Rómulo Betancourt, became an important counterweight. Disagreement over who would continue to lead Venezuela paved the way for a coup in 1945, which was carried out by an uneasy alliance between AD and some political factions led by Pérez Jiménez. This resulted in a new government, radical in its intent and execution, as Betancourt tried to destroy any remnants of Gomezismo, known by Venezuelans as El Trienio Adeco, or AD's 3 years.
Maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe he's not a Fed. I just didn't like... I didn't like how Proud Boys were like doing stage shows and shaking hands with leaders of BLM. Like, let's do a sign of solidarity after they rioted and burnt down cities for months. We're like, we need to come together and shake hands on a stage. And it was like, fuck that. And it got real like never mind. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. I was never a proud Western chauvinist who refused to apologize for creating the modern world. Never.
It was an ambitious government that permitted universal adult voting for the first time, bolstered unions, passed an agrarian reform, raised taxes on oil companies to benefit the country, and tried to use the oil bonanza more broadly. Most of all, though, it allowed for the first time the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another as Venezuela had its first completely universal free and fair elections in 1947, and Rómulo Gallegos
1947 free elections. And then when did they stop having free and fair election? First, quote unquote, free and fair election. That's pretty cool, Grid. I will definitely watch that and react to it. Probably not live. I might watch it after VK tonight. I might watch it tonight. But tomorrow I'm going to be watching World War. I'm going to be streaming and watching that. There's no UFC fights until the 24th, guys. Saturday night's got to find something to do. Also, where's my dang gold bar? Guys, this is not a Bible study stream. You're allowed to like super chat and stuff. You're allowed to super chat in the Bible study stream too, but I don't ask for it. I don't even put the dono bar up because it's not about that. I don't know how I have city driving brain, but I thank God for it. I have to have a turkey cheese croissant. Turkey cheese croissant. Turkey cheese croissant. Real commitment to the lie, eh? Y'all don't think feds ever go to jail? Sometimes you can tell by the length of time of the sentence. Granted, everybody got pardoned from J6, and guess what? I think a lot of them were feds. I think a lot of the people who sat in jail for 3 years and got pardoned were feds. Do you think the QAnon, do people, like, they buried that story real quick and they're like, you're crazy for even talking about it. Jacob Chansley is great. And I was like, wait, we knew within like the first couple days, we're like, these are ops. These are ops. But then it only took like 6 months. People forget, man. Took like 6 months and people forget. These are ops. Not Tario, but Chansley, the QAnon shaman. And he's on Pierce Morgan when he gets released. He's like, oh, I'm not even about politics, man. It's not about either side. Asking for a Pescapalian? Piscoperian? What's the people that just eat fish and veggies? Pescatalian? Anyway, diet in jail? Bitch, you don't get a special diet in jail. That's how you get raped. Asking for a damn gluten-free diet in jail? Boy, you about to get side-selled real quick by a big old... Never mind.
Plays Betancourt without incident.
Tim Hale?
This was all too much.
Who's Tim Hale? That sounds familiar. Hold on, I probably know who it is. I just can't put a face to the name in my head right now. I'm going to be asleep when you're doing it. That's not him. J6 Tim Hale's January 6th speech.
Well, I have in my hand here, I'm not like a big fish or anything, but I have my pardon papers right here.
Okay, so he's a January 6th. He's a person from January 6th. Yeah, but he's been, I mean, you can't, I don't know. I don't know if I've seen him on anything. I've heard that name, though. Criminally Funny J6er. Is he doing like comedy now? Hey, let's go. That's awesome. Maybe I have seen him somewhere. The name seemed familiar. So what? You got two Jan Sixers versus Destiny, and what do you and Gibbs have to do with it? What's that? What are you guys arguing? Because
for AD's former military allies and for some opposition political parties.
But yes, feds get thrown in jail. And if you got released from jail and you were in jail with feds, you wouldn't be allowed to talk about the feds that you were in jail with anyway. So, you're never going to get a... If that were the case, you would never know.
Coup followed.
I'm just a conspiracy theorist. What do I know?
And only a few months after beginning his presidency, Gallegos was forced into exile. The military junta promised new elections, but instead it became increasingly authoritarian and from 1952 on became Pérez Jiménez's dictatorship. Staunchly anti-communist, he painted all opposition.
1952 on till when? 1952. Pérez Jiménez. That was one of my first girlfriend's names, was Jiménez. I liked her. I never even kissed her. Did I? I never even kissed her. Yeah, all I ever did was hug her. That's how you know it was one of my first girlfriends. All we ever did was hug. My first girlfriend I ever had was in 2nd grade, and I kissed her on the cheek as soon as I whispered in her ear, "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" And she said, "Yeah." And then I kissed her on her cheek and ran away, and then I didn't talk to her ever again. Based, bro. I still have... We never broke up. Technically... What started this line? How did I go down this road? Oh, Jimenez, yeah. And then once I was, starting to get more mature, one of the first girlfriends I had, her last name was Jimenez. But we never really... I think that was like a month. I think she broke up with me because I wouldn't make a move. I was scared. She was a little more advanced than me. I hadn't even kissed a girl yet, so I was scared to kiss her. And I think that's why she broke up with me. Isn't that a sad story? Damn, bro. How old was I? Probably 14. 14, 15. Maybe 16. No. What am I thinking? I was 13 or 14. Yeah.
As such.
Sorry, guys. I'm zoned out and went down memory lane. I was thinking about Ashley. She was a nice girl.
Proceeded to imprison, torture, or kill anyone who dared criticize his government, communist or not. He then used the oil revenue to create massive infrastructure programs, a similar approach to Gomez but in a much grander scale. His idea was to modernize Venezuela as quickly as possible. The country did benefit from this, but the brutality of the regime, the lack of democracy, and the massive inequality that persisted despite government spending made his government extremely unpopular. A massive strike was the beginning of the end, and he was forced to leave the country in 1958.
What?
So Venezuela had the chance to once again construct lasting democracy. But how would one do that exactly? It was not just the military that was the problem. The various political factions did not trust each other, and although AD was the biggest one, it was not large enough to govern on its own. The solution was a power-sharing agreement that came to be known as the Punto
Never
Fijo
share
Pact.
power. Never share power. Quickest way to fail a business? Get a partner.
In it,
I don't know if maybe people who I'm a brokey, so I don't even know what I'm talking about. But maybe other guys in the chat would be like, "That's stupid." But I didn't make that up. I heard that from some economic, smart, rich guy. I don't know.
the major political forces in the country, AD, COPE, or Social Christian Party.
Or maybe he said a family part. Maybe no. No, he said that was what he said. He said get a partner. Start your business with a partner. It's the quickest way to fail a business.
Party and Democratic Republican Union, agreed they would recognize the election results, They also agreed to prevent the creation
Punto Fijo agreement. The Punto Fijo. What year is this? Punto Fijo agreement. Recognition of election results equals democracy. Yay! Yay, democracy. Democracy. Am I right? Have I got foam on my lip? What the? Oh, it's just the light. Thought I was foaming like a dang. Never mind. I'm not going to say that. No, want to get banned.
Of single-party hegemony, to share power, and most importantly, to share oil.
Okay. Democracy. Recognize election results. Elections. 1, 2. Prevent single-party hegemony. Prevent single-party hegemony. Now, when did this last to? Until communism? Which is what? Castro? Not Castro. That's who's before Chavez? Three. Sharing power, sharing wealth. Same thing. Is that socialism?
Oil wealth. In other words, this was a kind of parliamentary coalition government, except it would be permanent, and it would mean that whatever the voters would choose, members of the three parties would still have access to government resources. Poignantly, this agreement excluded the Communist Party, so everyone got what they wanted.
No commies.
The three major parties a guarantee of viability even if they lost, and the military the addressing of their concerns, that no party would have too much power, and that the communists would be entirely excluded from gaining power via elections. This might seem like a terrible idea, and it was, in the long run, but at the time it had the intended effect. It eventually created a stable and peaceful country, although it still took a while. During the first presidency under the agreement, that of a repeat of Rómulo Betancourt, there were multiple insurgencies, assassination attempts, and failed coups. The problem was that the elite agreement, by definition, excluded the general public, and as time went on, the government became more and more impervious to public opinion, despite regular elections and a free press. But that was still in the future. Before things really turned ugly, Venezuela experienced its golden years. Depending how you measure, the golden years were roughly from the late 1950s, when the economy started a sustained level of growth, or the early 1970s, after the creation of OPEC and the dramatic rise of oil prices, to the 1980s, when oil prices crashed. At the time, Venezuela was the envy of Latin America, as it had its highest GDP per capita, the highest wages in the region, and a migration destination for many immigrants, including Europeans, who saw Venezuela as the place to improve their lives. Finally, oil seemed to be spread for the benefit of the population. Dependency on oil, however, meant that when oil prices crashed, inevitably the wheels would come off the bus that was the Venezuelan political economy. When faced with a sudden drop in revenue, governments have three realistic options to maintain macroeconomic stability. First option is to increase taxes. Second is austerity, that is, dramatic cuts to government spending. And third option is to borrow. Basically,
and we in America are currently hoping to focus on option 2. If we could do that option 2, let's do number 2. Let's not increase the taxes. And, well, I say borrow money from China and fuck them. It's fake money anyway. Don't ever pay him back.
Option to spread the pain over time. Trouble was that in the late 1980s, the country was in a double bind. Venezuela had already been borrowing money at an unwise rate, mostly because they thought that the good times would keep going. So why not have some of the money they would be getting tomorrow today? Turns out that using future oil prices as collateral was a terrible idea that came crashing down much faster than they thought. Thus, realistically, they only had two options: austerity or a tax increase, especially because to the extent that they could borrow money, it would be from the...
Yeah, I couldn't get it to play, Auntie. I didn't see anything. Auntie, I need to send you some ideas, and you need to like make AI images that I can put on some shirts. We're gonna make some merch. I'll give you 5% if you design them of all the shirts that get sold, which might be like $1 every month or something for you.
IMF, whose neoliberal policies demanded austerity. Without good options, the Venezuelan government did what it had always done in the past: get the poor to pay the bill. Except at this time, it would hurt more than in the past.
I need to make this tattoo into a logo. That symbol, I need it turned into a dang logo. Usually I just draw it in MS Paint and then use it as my watermark.
Past.
Not even in MS Paint, it's on the app that I edit my videos with. I just draw it with my finger.
That was because the government had opted for large subsidies for transportation, oil prices, food prices, and so on during the golden years. And now people were not just used to them, but needed them more than ever, as the economy had slowed down.
Camera up.
The result was El Caracazo, an event loosely translated as Caracas Explodes, when in February 1989, a wave of protests, riots, and social unrest was met by the government with massive force, resulting...
Caracazo, 1989. Caracazo. Civil unrest. 200 people. Venezuelans' golden years were from 58 to the 70s, late 70s. OPEC in the 80s. Hurts the oil prices. People freak out. Which method did they implement? I got to go back and listen to this real quick.
Was a terrible idea that came crashing down much out in the late 1980s to spread the pain over time. Trouble was that in the late 1980s, the country was in a double bind. Venezuela had already been borrowing money at an unwise rate, mostly because they thought that the good times would keep going. So why not have some of the money they would be getting tomorrow today? Turns out that using future oil prices as collateral was a terrible idea that came crashing down much faster than they thought. Thus, realistically, they only had two options: austerity or a tax increase, especially because to the extent that they could borrow money, it would be from the IMF, whose neoliberal policies demanded austerity. Without good options, the Venezuelan government did what it had always done in the past: get the poor to pay the bill. Except at this time, it would hurt more than in the past.
Taxes.
That was because the government had opted for large subsidies for transportation, oil prices, food prices, and so on during the golden years. And now people were not just used to them, but needed them more than ever, as the economy had slowed down. The result was El Caracazo, an event loosely translated as Caracas Explodes, when in February 1989, a wave of protests, riots, and social unrest was met by the government with massive force, resulting in the deaths of around 300 people. The government wobbled and some of the reforms were watered down, but protests and tension continued. Into the breach stepped Hugo Chavez. His method was a common tactic in Venezuelan politics: a military coup. Two, actually. The first one was in February 1992, but it failed. Errors, defections, and unforeseen circumstances led to the Chavez forces in Caracas being cut off from other conspirators, so they were neutralized and captured. But the government made a crucial mistake. It asked Hugo Chavez to go on national television to tell the other forces, which had had more success, to put down their arms. Chavez did, and captivated the Venezuelan public. Here was this pardo, or non-white man, someone that looked like he truly belonged to the masses, fighting the much-hated President Carlos Andrés Pérez. But he also poignantly said, unfortunately, for now, the objectives that we set for ourselves have not been achieved in the capital. In other words, he was not just about to give up because he had failed. And he didn't. Even though he was imprisoned, he commanded a second attempt that tried to get him out of jail. This time, the rebels came much closer to succeeding. They took over one of the main TV channels in the country and broadcast a message that Chavez had made in jail, encouraging people to back the coup. The second attempt didn't succeed either, but it created lots of political instability. Soon after, Carlos Andrés Pérez was out, this time not because of extra-constitutional means, but over an impeachment as a result of misuse of public funds. His successor, Rafael Caldera, looking to pacify the still unhappy military sectors, then promised during the 1994 election that he would dismiss the legal charges against those who had participated in the two 1992 coup attempts, and did just that when he became president. Later, Hugo Chavez would say that they had had the audacity to create a revolutionary army inside the armed forces themselves because they were fed up with the corruption.
He had two coup attempts.
It was something that many Venezuelans agreed with, and the government in the years after 1992 did not do much to change their minds. In between, there was a banking crisis that began when the second largest bank in the country, Banco Latino, collapsed, which then morphed into a financial crisis that took down tens of thousands of small businesses. Inflation accelerated, and the government then expanded some of the policies that had brought about the Caracazo. Chavez, now free, blamed all of this on what he called the partidocracia, or
Partidocracia.
We have plenty of oil, he said, and if people are suffering, it's because of the corrupt political system.
Wait till Chavez gets out of jail.
Thinks of itself. He was mostly right.
Chavez gonna get out of jail, and he ain't playing.
In 1998, when they had a chance to get rid of the old parties, they did. Hugo Chavez won the election by 16 points.
In what year?
His rule brought some. Hugo Chavez won the election by 16 points. His rule brought some seeming economic relief. Inflation tapered down, GDP began to grow again, and Chavez did not use the anti-capitalist rhetoric that he would use in later years. In fact, he even made it a point to go to the New York Stock Exchange to encourage people there to invest in Venezuela. What he did do,
16
that
points.
began to alarm some sectors in Venezuela, was to systematically dismantle the institutional makeup of the previous regime.
1998, Chavez gets in. He wins the election by 16 points after he gets out of jail. And he's not using radical. Now, in his early days, before he went to jail, when he was trying to do two coups in 1992, he was using anti-capitalist rhetoric. And before the golden years, before Venezuela got comfortable, they were very anti-capitalist or anti-communist. No commies. We don't want no commies. Country starts flourishing. Capitalism is booming. Oil prices, they're selling oil. OPEC comes along. Oil becomes, now it's just 3 companies run all the oil, and they're in charge. Luckily, you know, America's got a hand in that, at least. So Venezuela's economy crashes. Because they raise the taxes on all the people, and people can't afford it. Economy crashes. Everybody's mad. Riot happens in 89. The El Caracazo. 200 people are killed. It didn't. It said 200 people were killed. I don't know if that's probably some military, but mostly civilians. Then 3 years later, Hugo Chavez is starting to rise to power, and he's got a revolution. He tries to do 2 coup attempts, does one from jail, broadcast on national television. That's pretty epic. But when he's doing this revolution, it's kind of communist. It's a little commie. It's very anti-capitalist because people get mad at when people start making money in the hierarchies. They get mad at the hierarchies. You know, even if you never heard of Marx, you'll if you're angry, if you're weak and angry, you'll fall for this idea of the oppressor versus the oppressed. And oh, they got more money than me. They got privilege. Oh, well, I'm a little stupid and I'm a little ugly. I'm not the right skin color. And then the oppression kicks in and you're like, fuck capitalism, fuck the patriarchy. Rah, and you rebel. And that's what he was doing. But then once he gets elected in 1998, I think he's smart. He is smart. And so he's like, I'm not going to use all this radical anti-capitalist rhetoric. I'm going to talk like I'm one of them, and I'm going to slowly make the changes that we want for the revolution. And we end up in communism. I'm going to play a song, and then I'm going to I'll get back and finish this. Play a little chair song, and I'm going to go use the restroom.
Josh from the swamp, Florida heat, moved to Utah, chasing deceit. Eyes on every woman, can't look away. Simping his life, wasting the day. Dinosaurs built the pyramids, he claims. Nukes are lies, his mind's aflame. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs build, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rot deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs ruled, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rot deep. Josh.
Get out of here.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
You ain't been doing the education, Auntie. I'll draw it.
Gene. The most obvious way he did this was by using his power and popularity to call for a new constitution, which was promptly ratified and overwhelmingly supported by the public. This made sense. Chavez's entire political persona was based on the rejection of the previous system. Thus, the public did not see much danger in his call for new powers, and in the new constitution, he got them. Presidential terms were expanded, re-election was permitted, executive decree power was granted, the judiciary was remade, the president...
So he erased all of the things, he erased basically everything from the Punto Fijo agreement. He erased everything from the Punto Fijo agreement. He said, no more term limits. We're not voting anymore. Or we'll vote, but like, does anybody really care about the vote? We don't have to honor the election results. These people are retarded sometimes. I mean, kind of based. People be like, whoa, see, you're a communist, Josh. No, it's authoritarian. It's not communist yet. It's not communist yet. Grasping authority and not letting go of it is not necessarily communism.
Hasn't got the power to dissolve Congress. The fact that much of the opposition to the new project came from the elite and the government workers only proved to the public that Chavez was indeed fighting for the poor. This was especially so when in 2002, a US-backed coup nearly succeeded in ousting him. As Chavez regained control, he went after everyone that had shown any support for the coup, sometimes illegally. To his supporters, this was confirmation that he was a true warrior that would never let the old corruption come back. To the rest, it was more proof that Chavez was on his way to becoming a dictator, if he wasn't one already. Venezuela became increasingly polarized. Suddenly, every political aspect in the country revolved around the figure of Chavez, who in turn claimed to be doing everything as a disciple of Simón Bolívar. So what kind of record did he have? Well,
So he's referencing Simón Bolívar, the guy who declared Venezuela independent in 1810. He gets out of jail. He wins election by 16 points in 1998. He doesn't use strong anti-capitalist rhetoric. To not be confused as a communist. He erases everything in the Potillo Agreement, and then he starts slowly bringing in authoritarianism, but not yet communism. Begins to be authority. I'm running out of room. He begins to become authoritarian. Then 2002, America fails a coup attempt. And who is president then? Clinton? 2002. Obama's 2008. 2004 to 2000. Obama's 2008 to 2016. Trump is 16 to 2020. 8 to 16 is Obama. Bush Jr. is he gets 8 years. So this is under Bush Jr. 2002. Yeah, 2001 is September 11th. Duh, that would have been an easier way to figure that out. America fails coup. 2002. That's under Bush Jr. And this strengthens Chavez. Chavez. Public appeal. All right.
Did dramatically curtail extreme poverty. GDP grew. The unemployment rate was more than halved after.
Which debate is the prep for? The Venezuela one. Probably the one about Venezuela and regime changes and coups. Probably that one, Auntie. Don't ask me stupid questions. I'm sorry. What do you think the debate's about? We're doing the history of Venezuela and regime changes. Which debate do you think I'm prepping for?
2003. To the masses, it certainly seemed as though Chavez was delivering on his promises. The fact that some wealthier Venezuelans were leaving the country only made them even more certain of it. The problem was that much of it was buoyed not by Chavez's astute economic policies, but by Venezuela's old friend, rising oil prices. As they got higher and higher, the government's toughest decisions were how to spend the windfall. What he did not do is what Americans...
Look at that graph. Wow. So they got up. So in the golden years, which really the golden years peaked. Okay, yeah, late 1970s, mid 1980s, it starts to collapse. Okay, so the golden years reach from the mid 1980s to 1958 to the mid 1980s. To be honest, I was an ass in the chair. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was actually going to say that after I was like, she probably has no idea what the hell this video is about. I just got in from town. That's the whole thing. No simping in chat. Who's simping? Well, she's simping for me because she called me cute. I know. What the?
Often think he did. He never abolished private property. He did
Then
not raise taxes.
Hugo Chavez elected in 1999. Look at the oil prices skyrocket. Plus, Chavez is laying down the law. But when does the communism start? Probably once Democrats in America...
taxes over 50%. In fact, the tax rate for the richest person in Venezuela
It's at 2008, so that's Obama.
Lower than the United States, 37%. He did not ban Christianity. In reality, he often cited quotes from the Bible and called Jesus the greatest socialist in history.
And under him, didn't Venezuelans start eating rats? I was starting to think this Chavez guy doesn't seem so bad, but I knew communism was eventually going to change my mind. And when you pretend to be Christian and call Jesus the greatest socialist in history, and your people are eating rats, fuck this guy. One sec. Oil prices rise. Skyrocket. Chavez claims to be a Christian. I don't know if he is or not. He may be a Christian. He was just really confused, or maybe for where he lived and what he saw, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't him. I can't say. Chavez claims to be a Christian. Says, quote, assuming this quote is true, Jesus was the greatest socialist in history. It doesn't GIF, which was funnier. See if that GIF works. Well, it doesn't GIF, which was funny. What? It doesn't GIF? What are you talking about? Am I like headbanging or singing a song? Is there audio to this? Oh, it has no audio. This is just a video of me. Now that one plays. I must have been singing a song. Yeah, it doesn't loop. You have to keep hitting play.
He didn't nationalize whole industries either. As it happens, Venezuela had nationalized the oil industry in the 1970s, long before he showed up on the scene. What he did were a number of expropriations, but usually with political rather than economic ends. In other words, Chavez never closed the economy entirely, as some of his critics imply, and he did have success in improving the lot of the poor.
This guy's a damn Chavez simp, by the way. I can just tell in the way he's talking about him. This guy's a Chavez goy. Auntie keeps calling you cute. What the hell? Whatever, man. She thinks I'm cute. Dang, come on now. Stop, calm down, Pauline. You know, I like getting called cute sometimes.
Which was the stated goal of the comandante. The luck of the regime could not last for long, however, and the economy began to falter at the end of Chavez's life. In 2009, oil prices...
A compliment is a nice tip. But I do also like super chats, but, you know. No, stop. Stop it, ladies. You need to both calm down. Go sit in the corner. I can't sit seesaw in the corner. She got a husband. Sit in the YouTube corner. Yeah, you're not a mod on this account. Seesaw does have an account that's a mod, though, so I'd be careful. No guys are allowed to simp for ladies in the chat. I never said ladies weren't allowed to.
Fell, but quickly rebounded. The contraction of GDP that year was only a preview of much worse ahead. But before that could happen, Hugo Chavez got cancer. Before he died, he made sure to handpick a successor that would continue
Y'all
his
need to
project,
stop. Maduro.
Maduro.
Here we are.
Maduro was picked for no other reason than his absolute loyalty to Chavez. He lacked the charisma of Chavez, and soon he would also...
Sorry, I gotta rewind. You guys are distracting me. Come on, I'm trying to debate prep. Stop it, ladies. Stop it.
Only a preview of much worse ahead. And the economy began to falter at the end of Chavez's life. In 2009, oil prices fell, but quickly rebounded. The contraction of GDP that year was only a preview of much worse ahead. But before that could happen, Hugo Chavez got cancer. Before he died, he made sure to handpick a successor that would continue his project, Nicolás Maduro. Maduro was picked for no other reason than his absolute loyalty to Chavez. He lacked the charisma of Chavez, and soon he would also lack his most potent weapon, high oil prices. Within 2 years of his presidency...
Uh-oh. Maybe that's when they started eating rats. Of course, they were doing good while they had the oil. Then once they lose the oil, now all of a sudden everybody's starving. Now everybody's wishing they had that capitalism. They didn't have the capitalism, so they result in communism. Chavez gets cancer, picks Maduro as successor for sheer loyalty. Now, what year is this? 2013. Oil prices plummet. Like immediately. Now, what was happening in 2017? Is that something like we did to them? Like, did the oil prices plummet worldwide? 2012 to 2017, what was happening? Obama's second term. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
See, the cost of a barrel of crude had halved. Even worse, Chavez's legacy in PDVSA, the national oil company, had been to bring it completely under the control of the government, so he had replaced many of its members with loyalists, especially after the 2002 general strike. That brought fealty to Chavismo, but also a loss of expertise. As foreign investment dried up, Venezuela had the worst of both worlds. It produced less oil than in previous decades, and what it produced, it received far less for. Naturally, the government's revenue collapsed. Thus, after 30 years, Venezuela was right back to the years prior to the Caracazo, except with an economy even more dependent on oil. Faced with nearly the exact same awful choices that Carlos Andrés Pérez had, this time Maduro opted for none of them, but a much worse one: printing money. Most governments try to avoid this option because it can create hyperinflation, which is basically a tax on the poor that is very hard to control. But Maduro would have a much harder time choosing any of the other three options, given that it would go to the core of legitimacy of a pro-poor regime. Inflation would be stealthier. In any case, the government no doubt thought it would be temporary. Oil prices had bounced back before. They had done so only a few years earlier. Venezuela too had been experiencing double-digit inflation for decades. If inflation would go a bit higher, would Venezuelans blame the government for that? Maduro bet they wouldn't. The miscalculation was catastrophic because high oil prices did not return, and soon Venezuela was stuck in a bout of hyperinflation. 4 years later, the country was experiencing inflation of nearly 2 million%.
Damn!
Imagine what that does to a place.
What? 2 million% inflation in 4 years? Maduro prints money. 2 million% inflation in 4 years. What? That's crazy. What year is this? I mean, we're almost caught up. We're at 2012. Or 2013, Chavez gets cancer. Picks Maduro as successor for sheer loyalty. Oil prices plummet as soon as Maduro's in office. Maduro picks what were the three options? Raise taxes, borrow, or print money. Maduro can't borrow no more. You borrowed your whole life. You tried the raising taxes thing. That didn't work out good, and he saw that. He probably grew up during that. Well, no, it depends. Well, Maduro's not Chavez. Chavez grew up during that, and Chavez was a mentor of Maduro, so he probably informed Maduro about this. Like, you can't just raise taxes on the people. It kills us. It doesn't work. So Maduro picks printing money. So he just prints money. Within 4 years, inflation increases by nearly 2 million%. What the fuck? That's crazy. So this is 4 years. What year are we up to now? 4 years after what?
If 4 years earlier you had 1.5 million bolivares in the bank, after this, that money would be worth less than one. It means that anyone with a fixed salary would soon be making misery wages.
If you had $1 million in your bank, 4 years later, it was worth less than $1. What? That's scary. That's fucking crazy. That's why I don't like bricks. I think we're gonna have to do another. I don't know, but we'll talk about bricks tomorrow night. Once we have a panel going, we'll talk about bricks. But that's what like the I've talked a lot about CDFC Central Digital Banking Central Digital Currency Banking CDCCs or CDCCs or something. CDs nuts. Something anyway, the Central Digital Currency Banking System, whatever it is, the cryptocurrency, the BRICS, all this stuff, basically instantly overnight, you could have $100 million in your bank account, and then boom, you got nothing. Now, granted, the people that have $100 million in their bank are probably high enough echelon of the elites that they're going to be informed about this before it happens, and they're going to be set up to be okay. But those of us who maybe have, I don't know, 200,000 in the bank, and you think, man, I'm good. I'm good. You know, I've worked hard my whole life. I got, you know, I'm 50 years old. I got 200,000 in the bank. Plus I got a house. I got a car. Overnight, boom. You ain't got nothing. Dude, I can't wait, because then everybody's back to square one and I become king. At square one, when everybody's got nothing, I become king. Watch.
People like pensioners, anyone earning a minimum wage, any type of government employee. It would also mean that anyone that had access to dollars could take advantage of the situation to become wealthier. The economic distortions were profound. This, more than anything, is what has caused the Venezuelan collapse. In 4 years, the country had lost over half its GDP. Millions of Venezuelans left, desperate to leave the catastrophe behind. Note then that the collapse did not come from socialism, but from authoritarianism. One of the reasons why Maduro was able to
Yeah, this guy is a socialist. Just from listening to this video and the way he's talked about Chavez, the way he talks about Maduro, he's a socialist. He's a commie.
continue his catastrophic inflation policies was because there were no representative independent sources of power that could block the regime's decision-making. Meanwhile, the Chavista elite didn't have much of a problem with inflation because they did have access to dollars. For some, it was even an advantage. Naturally, Maduro's regime does not take responsibility for what happened. They blame the United States. In particular, they blame American sanctions. But that's nonsense. Obama imposed sanctions on individuals, something that could not have caused the inflation problem. Trump's sanctions have been far more damaging to the Venezuelan economy, and it no doubt has hurt Venezuelans, and not little to weaken the Maduro regime. But those sanctions were imposed on August 2017. By that time, the Bolivar was already on such a hyperinflationary path that it took about 10 minutes for a Bolivar to lose 90% of its value. Current Venezuelan politics, then, could be summed up as trying to figure...
By the way, this is from 5 years ago. This video.
...figure out a way to bring back economic stability to the country. To the opposition, this means transitioning to a country with more counterweights and one where Maduro does not rule. To bring that it took about 10 minutes already has hurt Venezuelans, and not little to weaken the Maduro regime. But those sanctions were imposed on August 2017. By that time, the Bolivar was already on such a hyperinflationary path that it took about 10 minutes for a Bolivar to lose 90% of its value. Current Venezuelan politics, then, could be summed up as trying to figure out a way to bring back economic stability to the country. To the opposition, this means transitioning to a country with more counterweights and one where Maduro does not rule. To Maduro, this means staying in power, but without American sanctions and outside capitalization. In the meantime, inflation has receded from its peak, but Venezuelans continue to leave by the thousands every day. As of right now, it looks like for the foreseeable future, Chavismo is here to stay, but also the economic turmoil that has plagued the country.
Destroyed an enemy cruiser.
I just want to hear that last part.
Outside capitalization. Such a American sanctions. But that's nonsense. Obama imposed sanctions on individuals, something that could not have caused the inflation problem. Trump's sanctions have been far more damaging to the Venezuelan economy, and it no doubt has hurt Venezuelans, and not little to weaken the Maduro regime. But those sanctions were imposed on August 2017. By that time, the Bolivar was already on such a hyperinflationary path that it took about 10 minutes for a Bolivar to lose 90% of its value. Current Venezuelan politics, then, could be summed up as trying to figure out a way to bring back economic stability to the country. To the opposition, this means transitioning to a country with more counterweights and one where Maduro does not rule. To Maduro, this means staying in power, but without American sanctions and outside capitalization. In the meantime, inflation has receded from its peak, but Venezuelans continue to leave by the thousands every day. As of right now, it looks like for the foreseeable future, Chavismo is here to stay, but also the economic turmoil that has plagued the country.
One second, sorry. Obama sanctions were individual. Wouldn't affect inflation. Not necessarily true. But not to that level. Trump's sanctions were in 2017, long after the Bolivar drop. 2 million% inflation. I think he said if you had $2 million, he said if you had $2 million, it would be worth less than $1. Every 10 minutes, it lost 90% of its value. So if you had $1, 10 minutes later, your dollar is... granted, it's not happening like this in real time. They can't like change prices that rapidly in real time. But that's the idea, that in 4 years, it dropped that much. It's like every 10 minutes, your dollar would be worth 90% less. And then 10 minutes later, 90% less than that. And then it gets like... it doesn't even make sense unless you look at it at big numbers. If you have $100, 10 minutes later, your $100 is worth $10. 10 minutes later, your $10 is worth $1. 10 minutes later, your dollar is worth 10 cents. 10 minutes later, your 10 cents is worth a cent. 10 minutes later, your cent is worth a tenth of a cent. Within an hour, $100 is worth a tenth of a cent. And then at that pace, 4 years later, if you had $2 million, you'd have like 80 cents. That's crazy. $2 million would be like 20 cents. Wow. I don't know. That doesn't sound right. Something doesn't sound right about the math. I think it's just... I don't know if the guy in the video is just... because that would still only take... you go to 100,000. Seems like it would only take... never... I don't know if you kept going... anyway. But yeah, bad inflation. Bad. How many tattoos do I have? 4. 1, 2, 3, And then the ankle one that my brother makes fun of me. He's like, you got a gay ass ankle tattoo. I had the ankle tattoo because that's how I practice doing pick and poke, is sitting like this with my leg crossed on my knee and just sitting here picking at my ankle. So he's like, I have my feet up on the coffee table. He's like, do you got an ankle tattoo? And I was like, well, that's not really my ankle. He's like, that's an ankle tattoo. That's gay as shit. He's like, you're so gay. You have an ankle tattoo. I was like, this is not an ankle tattoo. This is inside of my like lower calf. This is not ankle. He said, that's an ankle tattoo. That's gay. Are you wanting more? Nah. Nah. I used to want a whole bunch, but nah, mate. He's jealous of my ankle tattoo. What was the other thing? Oh, Hannity and Trump. Okay. Time is it? It's 1 o'clock. We'll watch this and then I got to go to bed. Okay. We got Venezuelan history. We got regime change history. Notes. I got web pages. All these notes that I took, I'm going to grab articles and stuff about all these things and read about it over the next couple days. But now that I've got some background knowledge about Venezuela specifically and regime changes in general, now is where we start forming some arguments, which I already have 5 written down. Just building those out. And now we're up to modern times. We're going to see what people are saying about it. What Trump's saying about it. How many debates do you have scheduled so far? Just 1, 2? Just one. Just one for sure. And then another one, which I've agreed to, we just haven't set a date yet. And it's about free will. So I was like, can we push this back? Because I want to, but I'm not trying to like dodge it. To be honest, I'm not super interested, but I'll do it. I'm going to do it. But I want to do, if there's somebody that wants to argue about ICE in this shooting, then I'll do that. I'll do Venezuela. And then I want, and then somebody has challenged me for free will, so I'll do that. And then also, I asked Easy to, I sent an idea to Easy for a biblical polygamy debate with a guy, with this red pill guy. I'm not gonna say his name because if he accepts, if we can make it happen, then I'll say his name. But until we know if he's gonna do it or not. But it's a red pill guy. A biblical polygamy red pill guy. I wanna do that. That's one I really want to do. Because to be honest, I like current event stuff and I like politics, and we need to stay up on that. It's important. But my favorite is like Bible, like theology, especially with like Protestants, where you're not going to get, you're just Bible thumping. Like I want to Bible thump with somebody. That's why, like, the first time Rev came on the Discord, I was like, let's talk about giants. Let's talk about biblical giants. What do you think? But I really want to do that one, biblical polygamy. And the guy's got like 40,000 subs, so it would be a big one. Do you think you'll be able to do one every couple of weeks like you were hoping? Yeah, I don't see why not. As long as they can get set up. And even if I don't know if Easy gets a lot of different people that want to go and he can't set them all up, there's other like debate channels. And I can try to like plan some stuff in advance. Shouldn't be too hard. Maybe not every. I'm not guaranteeing that it's going to be every 2 weeks all year. Who knows? 6 months from now, I might say, let's get one every week and try to do a different channel every week. A different debate channel every week. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't see the future. All right, we're going to watch Trump and Hannity. I got to go pee real quick.
5 years ago, the U.S. brought together
Who are you?
Israel, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain to sign the Abraham Accords and ignited a movement of changemakers in the region.
Sounds gay. Abraham Accords are all right, but this sounds gay. Middle East tomorrow. I still want to try to go to one of the summer debate con thingies that Andrew is doing. Summer debate con thingies that Andrew is doing. I don't know what you're talking about. If he goes to a debate con, yeah, I'll definitely go to an. I'm trying to get to at least 1 or 2 Ward Wars this year and debate con, and I don't know, man. I always want to go to like I want to go out to like the Women's March. But for real though, because that's abortion, and I think that's the Women's March and the March for Life in DC. Both of those happen in DC. They're huge marches. A lot of ladies. I've got to go cover those one of these days. But those happen earlier in the year. It's too late. If I wanted to do that, I'd have to start planning it for next year. I'd like to go to America Fest and TPUSA, AmFest, and AFPAC. I want to go to I want to go to AmFest and AFPAC. I want to go to some of these big marches that they do every year. I want to go to Ward Wars once or twice. But I don't think all that's not going to happen yet. That's just in the future. This year, I think I can probably get to like debate. Like if it's a big debate con with a bunch of good guests, I could do like a debate con and like 1 or 2 Ward Wars. Because Ward War, I don't really have to. Well, I'd have to take like 1 day off. Maybe 2. But I don't have to take like a big chunk of time off for World War. Whereas like debate con, I think I took 4 days off for debate con. No. I took 3 days off. So I could get out there a day early, leave the next day, and then get home and have another day. The Word War thing, I would just try to fly to Philly, get a rental car, go out, come home, fly home, take like 1 day extra off. It'd be like a quick trip. I think I could do a Ward War and only take 1 day off. Take Sunday off, take Sunday night off, So then Friday, I get off work at 7 a.m., get on a plane by 10, get out there by Friday night, drive out to the hotel, have, Friday night, and then Saturday, do the war stuff, Saturday night party, Sunday, fly back, take off Sunday night so I can get home Sunday and kind of relax and get used to it and go to work on Monday. Yeah, I could do that. I could do war with only one day off. Yeah, it's doable. At the woman's thingy, they do the March for Life and then the Women's March. The Women's March is, I really want to go to the Women's March. That's the liberal one. That's the ladies who want abortion and wear the pink pussy hats. And, but then the March for Life is also huge. And it's all the women. It's basically pro-life versus the baby killers versus the not baby killers. The women like to get out and march every year. And so I think they're both done in DC. And I'd like to go to one year. I'd like to hit both of them. Like, let's see which is the better place to find your next wife. Let's walk around the Women's March. It's just nasty. And then you walk around the March for Life. And it's like, dang. All right. I'm going to go pee and then we're going to watch Trump and Hannity. I wish I could fly out to Minneapolis right now, dude. I would do it. Oh. I forgot to play a song while I was gone. Too bad. You have to take James to the Women's March. Okay. Shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, I wish I could just go to Minneapolis right now. Like, whenever there's, like, something happens and I know there's going to be riots and chaos, just be able to fly out there and, like, cover it for a couple days. If anybody needs an on-the-ground correspondent, look, I'm really, really cheap. I've got nothing to lose. I don't, just fly me out somewhere. You don't even got to get me a hotel room. I'll sleep on the street. I'll sleep at the riot. Just get me out there and pay me enough so that I don't have to have a job, but my job will be just flying around, going to riots and protests and covering whatever. I'll be the on-the-ground correspondent. I don't need much. All right, let's listen to Trump and Hannity.
Well, I have.
Great to see you, sir.
I didn't know it was.
Listen to what he says.
It was going to be maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
He says, I didn't know it was for a full hour. Hannity's like, Trump, we've got you here for a 1 hour show. You ready to do the show, Trump? He's like, I'll give you 18 minutes. 18 minutes, Hannity. Go get that Cubanaro from Big Dipper this weekend. What they got, man? What time is it? What time is it? What time it is? Yo, I thought I had to go. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This guy was like, "Hey, yo, you smoke?" And I was like, "Sometimes." He's like, "I got some carts. I need some money." And he sold me like 2 carts for $10. And I was like, I can't beat that deal. So I got him. And I didn't think I had a pin, so I thought I had to go get a pin, but then I figured out how to charge this thing. But anyway, so now I have an anxiety pin for a couple days. But I could have went and got it when I was gonna have to go buy a pin, but I don't have to. But bro, you gotta send me cash apps if you want me to go get something immediately. I think I'm broke right now. No, I have money, but it's in my savings. I have to transfer it and stuff. But hold on. But thank you, Wigura. Yeah, I'll go get one. I'm just trying to figure out because I think, dude, I thought I was gonna be in the negative when I looked at here, but actually I'm not. That's all right. Cool. Bless you. Get that Cubano from Big Dipper. I'm gonna get the Cubano and the spicy Cheeto salad. What time is it? What time does it close? Okay, let's watch this interview. What time does it close? Maybe I'll go before 1:11. Maybe I'll go before VK starts.
But you do that to me every once in a while.
I think I was pretty clear, but thank you for your time. We always appreciate it. There's really not much in the news, so there's not a real lot to talk about, but let's start with Venezuela. Narco-terrorist, indicted, guy that we're losing 200 Americans a day to drugs.
Yeah.
Walk us through this decision in Venezuela.
Well, it wasn't a hard decision. Democrats wanted him and Republicans wanted him, and nobody had what it takes to get him or didn't want to get him. I don't know, something happened, but he killed a lot of people. He sent a lot of bad people into our country. He emptied his prisons into the United States. He emptied his mental institutions and insane asylums into the United States and did a lot of very bad things, but he was a big drug pusher. You see that because all the boats that we shot down, they came out of Venezuela. A lot of drugs. There's a lot of boats and a lot of drugs. There are very few boats operating right now. There's almost no boats. You can't find any boats.
I don't think anyone would go fishing in those waters.
Not a lot of people want to go fishing anymore. But we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by water. And we are going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico. It's very, very sad to watch and see what's happened to that country. But the cartels are running, and they're killing 250, 300,000 people in our country every single year. The drugs, it's horrible.
He said, now I'm going to be critical of Trump real quick, but he said not too long ago, he said, we've locked down the borders. We've taken care of the land. Remember they asked him, what'd they ask him? They said, are you going to declare war on Mexico? And he said, we don't have to declare war. We're just going to kill them. If they come over the border, we're going to kill them. And then he said, we don't need to declare war. We've handled the drugs on the ground. Now we're going to focus on the water. And then the boat bombing started. Now he's saying we've got 97% less drugs coming over the water. They've lost 97% of their shipments of drugs across the water. Now we're going to focus on the land. Trump, you just said we got the land covered. I thought we did the land already. I think it's funny, but just calling that out. Liberals won't be smart enough to catch that, but I'll catch it and I'll call him out for it.
It's devastated families. You know, you lose a child or a parent. I mean, parents are dying too with drugs. So we've done a really good job. We're knocking it down. The numbers are really getting to be, they're always going to be too high if you have one person, but they're going down just like the border. The border was a total mess for years. I did it the first time very quickly, and this time I did it even better because this was a bigger mess. This was a border like no other probably in the history of the world. There's never been a border.
I'll probably
like
go
that
get
when
the
anybody
Cuban
could
tomorrow
just walk
morning,
into your
actually.
country.
The border's ostensibly really closed now.
Closed. You
After
can't
I
come
stream
in,
all
and
night,
nobody
maybe I'll do
comes,
a
nobody
little
even tries. And the people in Texas, Arizona,
little urban
all these
adventure to
places
the
that are won by
sub
such
shop
big
on the
numbers,
scooter.
They are so happy with the border. They had homes that
Or
they weren't
DoorDash,
even
but
able to live
DoorDash
in their
makes it
home.
so
Every
much more
day
expensive.
people were knocking on their door every hour, and it's just a great.
If I do DoorDash, I can't get the salad and the sub because that's going to come out to like $60. I think the salad's like the sub and the salad is going to be like $30 plus the DoorDash fee. That'd be like $50 plus a tip. But I could do DoorDash and just get the sub. I could do that. It's possible. I might do that actually tonight during VK. I'm gonna get hungry. But what time do they close? Probably not, because I doubt they stay up that late. They'll probably close at like 8 or 9. So if I wake up and they're closed, I'll go get one tomorrow morning. I'll end the stream and then I'll do a cell phone scooter stream. Cell phone scooter stream.
Honor to be in.
Or if I stay up streaming late, meaning till tomorrow afternoon, then I'll order one in the morning on DoorDash.
Involved with it, the ICE and Border Patrol and all of the people have been so good. Tom Homan, Christy Nome. The people have done such an incredible job. You have no idea.
You've made a number of profound announcements, and then
I don't like these headphones. For some reason, I think I'm picking up from the microphone. But I thought it was because these headphones, I tried to do the push the buttons to the noise. I still hear it. It's like it's not just quiet. It's like the headphones are trying to make it quiet. I had breakfast at a Greek cafe once. It was awesome. Are you about to sleep some? I'm about to sleep some after this is over. I'm trying to look something up. How many Americans die a year from fentanyl? 72,000 in 2023. Which isn't even the highest. It peaked in 2022. So to be conservative, I'll say 70,000 a year. And that's a generous low ball estimate. I've heard as high as 100,000. What is fentanyl? Why is it so dangerous? We already know about this. I've done many, many, many shows about drugs. If you think anybody knows about drugs, I know about drugs. If I were First Amender, I'd recommend he keep the conversation off of the drug topic, which is where I'm going to want to take it because that is important to me. The immigration issue is important. The criminals coming in, especially since my family lives in Florida. I'm from Florida. And then the drugs is important to me. The oil, that's a plus. And I've always been saying, like, fuck these wars in the desert. Just grab Venezuela up real quick. I've been saying that for years. I've been on that. You can go back to some of my earliest streams. I'm like, why don't we just conquer Venezuela? I've always said that. Be so easy. Got him. But the drugs is important, and I know a lot about drugs. I got a lot of experience with it. This 70,000 low ball estimate, let me tell you. I think the number's probably more like 120,000. Whatever the high-end estimate is, it's higher than that. So if the high end that I've heard is 100,000 a year, it's more than that. Yeah. That's what I think. Now, I can't say all that's coming from Venezuela. But even, let's say, because what the rebuttal will be, most of the fentanyl is brought in through points of entry on the border. It's just driven across the border through points of entry. It's not some smuggler. It's not some camel. It's not a guy in a boat. The majority of it is brought in through points of entry from Canada and Mexico. They'll say Canada and Mexico. It's mostly Mexico. But since the study just says points of entry, which includes Canada and Mexico, they'll be like, so that's Canada and Mexico. Yes, yeah, I get every now and then a guy from Vermont, comes across the border with some drugs, a little fentanyl. That was like a British Canadian accent. I'm trying to do Terrence and Phillip. Ha ha, Terrence. Let's go with the drugs, What do you think about it? I can't do a fucking Canadian accent. Anyway, but yeah, I know some people come from Canada with drugs, but no, 80% of the illicit opiates in America come across the southern border. So the majority of the fentanyl is coming through the land route. Now, we've shut down the border, okay? Which means increase coming from the water route. It was still coming from Venezuela over the water, but most of it was coming over the land. We shut the land down. Now more is coming over the water. Now we're bombing boats. That's the drug situation. Oil situation, another issue. Which I think they'll get to in this. So drug. This is a 5-point argument. This is what I'm going to do. Usually I just do 3 points. Sometimes I do 2, and then I have another section which is about definitions and stuff. This is going to be a 5-point argument. Well, I don't know if Shadow Fleets gets its own point or if it fits into another point, but oil, bricks, drugs, democracy. I think Shadow Fleets. We could fit Shadow Fleets into it, but I don't know if it's worth it for a point in the opening. Might be something I save for the middle. But also ethics. I think I will have to do a little bit of ethics stuff because, I want to know how he decides if something's justified. If he says legality, so we need to ethics or legality. I need to be prepared for both. So what do you mean by is Trump justified in doing this? Morally? That's ethics. Justification or legally? How is he just? Is Trump justified in Venezuela situation? Is Trump justified? Well, what do you mean by justified? We talking right or wrong? Yes. Okay. Morally or legally? Both. How about both? We can talk. We have an hour and a half. We can go through the legal. We can go through the moral. So legally, precedent has been set. I can't go through all my arguments with you guys, but I'm just thinking out loud. Happy Friday, not Voltaire. Let's go. For now, let's just stick to the drugs, oil, bricks, and helping our enemies. Enemy alliance. BRICS and enemy alliances. Oil, drugs, and then ethics isn't a point of argument that I'm going to make in the opening. It's something that I'm going to introduce in the open dialogue. I'm going to have to get down to the bottom of what we mean by justified and definitions. I'm not even going to give a definition for because I always give definitions in the opening. And then we never talk about you try to pin somebody down on definition and it's just like jump around. We never get to really a solid definition. So fuck it. I'm not going to say a definition of justification or a definition of Venezuela. No, I'm not going to give my definition for justification in my opening. I'm not going to make an ethical argument from the beginning. But, well, it is all it's justification. It is all ethical. But I'm not going to go into that. I'm just going to say, drugs. Here's why drugs bad. Lots of people die. Oil makes the world go round. Make sure people have food and stuff. And your guy's not doing it right. We're going to do it better. We're going to help everybody. It's going to be good for everybody. Venezuela, utilitarian argument. Utilitarian arguments. Not really. Actually ethical. I'm going to disguise ethical arguments as utilitarian arguments. What's the debate prompt? Is Trump justified in his handling of the Venezuela situation? Is Trump in the right or the wrong for Venezuela, for what's going on right now with Venezuela? We'll do some, we'll talk about it. We'll do some mock debates after VK tonight or tomorrow night. And I might, if everybody's just saying why it's okay, I might run devil's advocate and just argue about why it's bad with people. Which is another thing I need to start a page on. So, arguments. So right now I'm working on my opening web, my web that I always do. So I took notes on history and regime changes. Now I'm kind of mapping out my opening and my arguments. And then Best arguments against. Best arguments against. Then I usually write down all of the best arguments against and then kind of ideas I have for how to deal with those. And then at some point I'll think of questions I want to ask and how to. Sometimes I write out whole lines of questioning because I know how they're going to answer. So I'll ask this. You're presupposing. Now they'll try to throw you off. And so you have a plan for that. They'll try to be like, well, no, when you know the answer is yes. So you have a plan for that. But we're not there yet. I'm there. I've been doing it in my head for a couple days.
A new announcement today. Announcement number one was 30 to 50 million barrels of oil that they will be handing over to you, and you will sell it on the market at market prices. Yeah. That money will be used for the people of Venezuela and the people of America. Right. Then you made an announcement yesterday that they will buy all of their goods from this country. Today, we learn that the holdovers, since Maduro's gone, have agreed to free all of the political prisoners. Right. It indicates they want peace with Donald Trump to me. How do you interpret it?
We asked them to do that, and they've been
it on the market at market prices. Yeah. That money will be used for the people of Venezuela. Sell it on the million barrels of oil that they will be handing over to you, and you will sell it on the market at market prices. Yeah. That money will be used for the people of Venezuela and the people of America. Right. Then you made an announcement yesterday that they will buy all of their goods from this country. Today, we learn that the holdovers, since Maduro's gone, have agreed to free all of the political prisoners. Right. It indicates they want peace with Donald Trump to me. How do you interpret it?
We asked them to do that, and they've been great. They really have been. I mean, everything we've wanted, they've given us. We went in, we took Maduro out. Amazingly, that nobody was killed. We didn't lose a soldier. We had some people wounded, but we didn't lose a soldier. A couple of very brave helicopter pilots were wounded pretty badly, but they're good. They're in good shape. And it was an amazing attack. The other side lost a lot of people, unfortunately. But, you know, this house was in the middle of a fort with thousands of people and soldiers and everything else. And we went right into the middle of a fort. Who would think you could do that and not lose anybody? But they had it planned so beautifully. General Raisin Kane and Pete Hegseth were fantastic. Marco's been doing a great job. Vice President, the whole group it's just a fantastic group.
Let's talk a little bit about, you make these decisions. I don't care if it's this case, Operation Midnight Hammer. In the one case, you're here in the White House in the Situation Room. You're watching this unfold in real time. In this case, you have operationally the same thing, a Situation Room down in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago. You make that ultimate call. You are the commander-in-chief. Right. You're watching it unfold in real time. What is that like?
Well, I've done it now quite a bit. We took out Soleimani, which was a big deal. I mean, a very big deal. Middle East. He was very bad to people. Killed a lot of people. Everybody you see, just about 95% of the people you see walking around without legs or without arms, that was the roadside bomb. That was his baby. He loved it. We took him out. We took out al-Baghdadi. He's the founder of ISIS. We did Midnight Hammer, which was obliterate the Iran nuclear threat. And it was a total obliteration, as they found out. The B-2 bombers and the best pilots anywhere in the world. They did that at night with no moon. Totally dark, and every bomb went right down an air shaft deep into a granite mountain. It was amazing, and we did this, and it's similar in a way. I don't know.
Bro, he made it sound like damn New Hope. He made it sound like damn Luke Skywalker's out here using the Force to send the. We were out in Midnight Hammer. There was no moon, no stars. It was the darkness of the desert. These pilots, they were great. Remember how gassed up he was? He gassed up these pilots. He's like, wow, I've never seen pilots. And they're attractive men, good-looking men. Why are they all so beautiful? Wow, and they fly the planes in the dark. I don't even like flying in planes in the daytime, and they fly planes in the dark. And I've never heard this addition. They dropped nukes that went down shafts, traveled through tunnels, remote controlled, hit the midpoint of a granite mountain, destroyed it like a man-made volcano. It was beautiful. Damn, Luke Skywalker out here just took out the Death Star. I love it.
This seems to have gotten the imagination, maybe even more than the other ones, but I think they're very equal in many ways. But I don't know, maybe taking out the nuclear threat from Iran is very important. But in terms of captivating attention, this seems to be something that is beyond anything that anybody's seen.
Especially the operational details.
Well, the bravery involved, I mean, to have people going into an army fort with, thousands of soldiers, land a helicopter right in the middle of it, break down a steel door, because, it was a fortified house, break down a steel door, run through the hallway shooting, and come out 10 minutes later with the guy who wasn't quite able to get into his safe house. There's a safe.
I heard they got to him within 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes.
It was so fast. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And but the safe house wasn't safe because they had blowtorches that go through steel like it's butter. They didn't have to use them. But we have, these are great people. These are really brave people. Even coming down those ropes, they're coming down ropes off the helicopter.
This part's awesome.
And they run them. I was thinking to myself, I wonder if I could do that. I'm going to have to give it a try sometime.
Bro.
But they do it like it's...
I need a meme. We need a meme right now of Trump swinging down a helicopter rope. I can do it. Look, guys, I can still do it. Never did it before, but I can do it now. Can somebody make a video of Trump rappelling out of a helicopter onto a Venezuelan drug boat?
Like it's a stairway, like it's a beautiful stairway. And
like it's a beautiful stair.
Instant.
I think I might have to try it. I think I could rappel down the rope like it's a they go down the rope like it's a stairway, like it's a beautiful golden stairway. Escalator. I prefer an escalator. They don't actually rappel down the rope like it's a stairway. They rappel down it like it's an escalator. A perfectly functioning escalator. Not a broken escalator, because that would just be a staircase.
Laying there, ready for action. These are brave people. We have the greatest soldiers in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world. Nobody can match us.
Let's go.
I rebuilt the entire military during my first term.
Good thing you did.
Biden gave some of it away, a lot of it, but not a lot relative to what I bought. But he gave a big chunk to Afghanistan, which was just insane. That was one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country. This was the opposite. This was a total.
I've got 8 1/4 peace deals.
The hostages, or you think about
8 1/4.
The Afghanistan disaster that we had not so long ago with Biden, where it was just mass confusion and the death of 13 great soldiers who I got to know. I got to know the families very well. Great people, but also, and nobody talks about them, 48 people so badly injured and hundreds of people dead. Hundreds of people. When those bombs were off, because I count the other side, but there were hundreds of people killed, all because of an incompetent group of politicians and generals and people that shouldn't be there.
Let's talk a little bit, maybe an underreported story, but we know for a fact that both the Russians and the Chinese provided missile and ballistic missile systems. They did it to both. They helped Iran and they helped Venezuela. But you were able to dismantle that. You talk a lot about American military superiority, And then that goes into the issue that you raised this week of raising the budget for 2027 from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion.
We need it, you know, when you look at the threat out there. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. Look at
to dismantle that. You talk a lot about American military superiority. And then that goes into the issue that you raised this week of raising the budget for 2027 from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion.
We need it, you know, when you look at the threat out there.
I don't like that. I've told the story about Mary Burkett. She was running for something here in Utah. I think House or Senate or a seat, Congress seat or something. And she took me out to lunch because I was active on Facebook politically, and before I was arguing with people on YouTube, I was arguing with people over text on Facebook. Now I won't argue over text. I don't do it no more. I'm like, fuck that. I can't stand it. But I used to do it like a lot. I used to argue back and forth with people on Facebook. Until I started getting banned every week. But because you're like in a heated text debate with somebody and you call them an idiot and you get banned for bullying. Now I test it. I've been testing it lately, and I've called a lot of people retarded lately on Facebook, and nothing's happening. So I'm just testing the algorithm. But anyway, what was I saying? I used to argue a lot with people on Facebook and come to this lady's defense. I was like white knighting for a Utah politician, Republican lady. And she was nice, and she's like, "Oh, thank you." She's like, "You seem like you're interested. You have a YouTube channel. You're growing." And this is when I'm not like homeless, but I'm not doing great. This is when I was living in that one lady's house when I was doing landscaping and stuff. But anyway, I go to lunch with her. She takes me out to lunch. She buys me food. She's nice and stuff. But then one day on her Facebook, they're talking about the military. And I'm pretty kind of new to politics at this stuff. I'm learning. I learn fast though, but I just had never cared about politics, and now I do. This is like 5 years ago. And I said, why do we spend so much on the military? This is a common question also for conservatives. Like, this is not a controversial question. I was like, why do we play world police? We're getting involved in everybody's beef. We got people all over the world. We're playing world police. We could take some money out of the defense budget and put it into, just focus it on home and defense, actually defending, not being so offensive. Focus it on home. And we could save a lot of money. No, and she says, no. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Because she knows once you start going down that non-neocon line, that non-warhawk line, you get to Israel. And she didn't want me going down that line. But we found it eventually. But I was like, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of this stuff is pointless, and like, why are we doing this? Why are we spending all this money on this? But even back then, I would have told you, why the fuck are we fucking with the Middle East for oil? Just get Venezuela real quick. As soon as I found out Venezuela had the #1 producer of oil, and I know you could say, well, the refinery methods and stuff, dude, it's 2025. We got technology. We can figure that shit out. But they got the most oil. They're right there. Why don't we just make friends with them? Plus, they got commies running it. First thing I knew in politics was, I don't like commies. They got commies there. They got oil there. Why don't we just get Venezuela? Get out of the Middle East. Fuck them. Let the desert people fight. Israel and the Muzzies can fight all day. I don't care. But hey, Venezuela might be chill if we can get that dang commie out of there and get that oil. I don't know. I thought like that was just like common sense to me before I even knew I still don't know a whole lot about geopolitics, but just kind of made sense. And I was right again. But anyway, after that, that lady never talked to me again. She was like, "Oh no, he's going to." She was a neocon. She's a war hawk. People will say, "Well, Trump's being like a war hawk, a neocon." Trump is very pro-Israel. I'm not going to lie about that, but and I know this is going to be the main critique, and it's a fair critique. We said Trump's not a war president; he's a peace president. But I don't think this is a war. Like, we're not going to war here. It's going to be all right. Venezuelans are happy. Americans will be happy. Oil will be cheaper. Our enemies won't be in our backyard. It's good. It's justified on every count. And we didn't kill the guy. It's not like we went in and assassinated him. We captured a guy who was wanted for crimes. It was primarily a police action, not a military action. The military was only there to defend the police. No casualties. It all seems good. I don't see the downside. I'm going to need to the arguments I hear is an argument from hypocrisy. Well, what about the Honduran president that Trump pardoned? Okay, whatever. Or that's a whataboutism or an argument from hypocrisy. Like, you say you should, or you're doing this thing, but you also did this thing. Or either way, it's one or the other. Or both. Hypocrisy and what's the other thing I just said? Anyway, take Canada next. I don't think there would be like a taking of Canada. It wouldn't be a regime change of Canada. Peace through strength, president. Good point. Yeah, it's not like because I did say one of the main reasons, the three main reasons I voted for Trump was immigration, economy, and his foreign policy. And a lot of people right now are like, well, why are we focused so much on foreign policies instead of policies in America and blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, but one of the three main reasons I voted for him was for his foreign policy. And it was about, and now at the time I was like, well, it's ending wars. He's going to end Ukraine and Russia. He's going to end Israel and Palestine. Yeah, kind of, but he's ending a bunch of little wars. And it's not like we're sending troops in there and taking over or doing a coup or anything like that. He's just diplomatically doing deals and ending wars. And he's come out and said, I thought Russia and Ukraine would be easy. I was wrong. It's taking a lot more time than I thought. It's difficult. It's a difficult situation. And I respect him because we're critiquing. We're like, well, what happened to ending Ukraine and Russia? And he said he was wrong. He thought he could do it easily and quickly. He was wrong about that. And Israel and Palestine, fuck Israel and Palestine. but I guess he's kind of fixed that, kind of settled that. It's like it's not a huge thing anymore. I'm just tired of hearing right-wing people say it's a genocide on Palestine. Shut up. Stop using. You bitched about how the Jews utilized that word for 100 years to guilt trip you and to control your speech and to do all these things. Now you're doing the same thing. You're doing the victimhood mentality, the Marxist oppressor versus the oppressed. You're doing the same shit. Cut it out. Stop saying, oh, it's a genocide on Palestine. That's retarded. They'll be all right. There's plenty of Muslims. They'll be fine. They're killing the babies. Shut up. But anyway, what was I even talking about? Geopolitics. Okay. So Trump kind of resolved Israel-Palestine for now, but you can't resolve it. If you bring peace in the Middle East, you're also bringing about the apocalypse, because that's never going to happen until the end times. But what else? Russia and Ukraine, he admits it was tougher than he thought. He can't get it done. Now Putin's being a dick. We might have to handle that. But right now, this Venezuela thing is done. There's no war. You're rambling a wee bit? I know. Yeah, I know. That's because I'm like 5 beers deep. I've been awake for 12 hours. I'm tired. And I got a damn anxiety pin. You might be sleepy. Ain't no might. I'm talking extemporaneously. Let me do it. Now I lost what I was saying. Now I don't even remember what we were talking about. Geopolitics. Trump. Venezuela. He attacked them. Did he? No. He didn't attack Venezuela. He attacked some damn cartels and some drug boats. And he captured their president. No bloodshed of American troops. Got him. I think some Venezuelan people probably died, though, to be honest.
We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world.
Mm-hmm.
We make just,
I'm going to sleep after this is over.
But we need it because there are some real threats out there.
Yeah, well, I think we certainly do. Let me ask you about this. And I think this is important. With every military operation comes risk, and you have to obviously weigh that risk. And I think Americans would want to know what goes into your thinking, because there's a whole new military doctrine. I call it the Trump doctrine. I think it's
John
widely
Rowe
misunderstood.
doctrine.
No forever wars. However, that doesn't mean you don't use the might and power of the U.S. military. You mentioned Baghdadi, Soleimani. I'll add the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan, right. The ISIS caliphate, and then taking out Iran's nuclear weapon sites. And now our hemisphere. Right. Are you calling it the Don Rowe Doctrine?
Well, they call it the Don Rowe. I didn't call it that, but they're calling it's the Monroe Doctrine, and now they call it the Don Rowe, which is basically safety for this part of the world. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. We don't want drugs pouring into our country. We don't want bad people coming into our country, like happened for 4 years under Biden, who was a disgrace, worst president in the history of our country. Horrible. We had some other bad ones. Let me tell you, Obama was a terrible president. The divisiveness and the hatred that was caused, and many of the people allowed into the country. But what Biden did was a step beyond anything that...
Everybody blames Trump as being the most divisive president. No, nigga. It was definitely Obama, because that's when racism came back. That's when people started getting called racist again, is when we got the first black president. That's when the division began. That's when Black Lives Matter began. That's when all the divide that we forgot about racism. It wasn't a thing anymore. And then it came back full force. And then Trump came in, and all the black guys who loved Trump hated him instantly. Did I drop an N-bomb? I'm just kidding. I did that on purpose.
anybody's ever done. We had...
The point was racism and division, and it started under Obama, not under Trump.
Millions of people pouring through the border. Now we have nobody coming in unless they come in legally.
Let's talk about, you said for the interim, you will be in charge. Okay. Obviously, the remaining leadership underneath Maduro, they've made...
Yeah. I had a black card from second grade until Obama, and then I got my black card revoked. It's like, what happened? We got a black president, and now I can't say the M-word anymore? Dang.
I mentioned earlier, 3 major concessions, 30 to 50 million barrels of oil. They're going to buy and purchase all their goods from America. Now they're releasing political prisoners.
Yeah.
Okay. What is your ultimate goal for the governance of Venezuela?
Prisoners that nobody thought they would ever see again are being released, yeah. And in many cases, good people, is what I understand. But prisoners, nobody ever thought they'd be released. So we're going to be working with them and leadership of the country. And so far, we've been working very well. You know, we picked up the Russian freighter that trudged out there.
Well, I want to ask you about that.
Well, they had some Russian ships guarding it, and they decided not to mess around with us. And we took that one. And that's unloading the oil. But we're taking billions and billions of dollars worth of oil, and it'll be hundreds of billions of dollars. It'll be trillions of dollars. But we're going to be there till we straighten out the country. We'll see how the country's doing. But we'll be running the oil. We're meeting tomorrow with all of the big oil executives. We're going to be right here in the White House. We're going to meet with the, biggest oil people in the world. They're all coming here. The top 14 companies are coming here. They're going to go in. They're going to rebuild the whole oil infrastructure. They're going to spend at least $100 billion. And it's an unbelievable oil that they have and an unbelievable quality of oil and amount of oil.
When they nationalized the oil industry in Venezuela, going back to the 1920s, American companies had invested billions.
We built it.
All of it.
And then it was taken away from us.
Stolen.
It was stolen from us. And it was taken away, years ago over a period of time, but it was taken away in the early 2000s, even beyond that, but the early 2000s. And I just took it back.
I can't imagine them being able to, they have the largest oil reserves in the world. I can't imagine without American investment, ingenuity, engineering, and our assistance that they would ever be able to engineer.
Years ago,
billions.
We built it.
In the 1920s, American companies had invested billions.
We built it.
All of it.
And then it was taken away from us.
Stolen.
I'm building a timeline. So oil is discovered in 1819 in Venezuela. Now, I don't know if that means oil is discovered overall. I think we already knew about oil, but oil is found in Venezuela in 1819. 1908 to 1930 is Juan Vincent Gomez. Gomez utilizes the oil. And then Chavez blames, and this is what Chavez blames Gomez's success on American imperialism because Gomez works with America. And that's what Hannity just mentioned, is in the 1920s, he's saying America built the oil industry and brought it to, and that was under Gomez. That was under Juan Vincent Gomez. Remember, capitalism, they incorporate democracy. Democracy falls into socialism. It's the typical progression. But when the capitalism is going, it's great. It's just you can crumble easily if your capitalism is built off of oil and oil prices drop. That's why you have to diversify. But anyway, so that's Shell. That's Shell and the American oil companies are getting involved with Gomez. In between 1908 to 1935, oil industry starts booming. And then by 1947, because of the prosperity that they have due to the oil, they have their first fair and free election. 1952, Perez Jimenez. It's a dictatorship. It's a slight dictatorship, but it's an anti-communist one. Then Perez is forced out. That's when they come up with the Punto Fijo agreement, where they say this is democracy, no communism. We recognize elections. We prevent a single-party hegemony. And we share power and we share wealth between three parties. No communists allowed. 1970s, oil's booming. 1980s, OPEC comes in. that's when the oil gets monopolized by like 3 companies, which would be a triopoly, not a monopoly. But they crash the oil money. Venezuela says, raise the taxes. That's how we're going to solve this problem. We raise the taxes, we print money, or we borrow. We're going to raise the taxes. People collapse, people start starving. They have a uprising 9 years later. The El Caracazo, civil unrest, 200 people die. 1992, Hugo Chavez comes on the scene, attempts 2 coups, one from prison after the first one. First one fails. Second one from prison fails. By 1998, Hugo Chavez is the president of Venezuela, or the leader, whatever the hell they call him. He wins election by 16 points, landslide. But he stops using his anti-capitalism rhetoric, which he used in 1992 when he was attempting the coups. So he's obviously a socialist, capitalist, or communist. He's a commie. But when he gets elected in 98, he's not. After he gets out of prison, I'm a reformed man. I've learned the dangers of communism. I'm a capitalist. And then he starts getting rich off oil and capitalism, and then he's like, fuck these people. I'm a communist. I've always been a communist. People start starving. Bush attempts a coup in 2002. How did that do? Didn't work out too good. 2013, Chavez gets cancer. He says Maduro's going to be his successor. And why? Because Maduro was a dick rider. That's why. Straight up. Facts. What I wrote is Chavez gets cancer and picks Maduro as successor for sheer loyalty. Essentially, Maduro was a dick rider. So he got picked. But that's interesting. So they're talking about the 20s is when America basically makes Venezuela. We made Venezuela rich because of their oil. And people act like, oh, these colonizers are so bad. We didn't even colonize Venezuela. We just helped them get rich. It's not our fault they didn't diversify their portfolio. And when oil collapsed, they got poor, but we didn't because we actually did capitalism where you get involved in more than one thing. You build your empire on, you can't build a skyscraper off one straight up pillar. It wobbles and it falls. You got to have a bit of a pyramid, or at least a good engineer behind it.
It was stolen from us.
Like God.
It was taken away, years ago over a period of time, but it was taken away in the early 2000s, even beyond that, but the early 2000s, and I just took it back.
I can't imagine
RV living would be cool.
Being able
a van
to,
is cooler because
it's oil reserves in the world.
A van is cooler than a van life is cooler than RV life because a van can get into more places. It's more stealthy. You could do urban camping in a van on your way to like the next park or something. And then the van can go down roads and do stuff that the RV is not going to be able to do. Or a fifth wheel. A truck with a back cab, like I've seen trucks where they build like they have the little camper attachment in the bed. That's pretty cool. I like that. I could make a house out of a damn SUV.
World.
I make a house out of a damn Civic.
Can't imagine without American investment, ingenuity, engineering, and our assistance that they would ever be able to tap into the vast resources that they have. Again, the largest in the entire world. So that will be a big part of it. What does that mean in terms of America's new partnership with Venezuela?
Well, it means lower oil prices all over the world, which is great for everybody. It means lower oil prices for America, which I have it down. Don't forget, I inherited a mess. They talk about affordability. There was no affordability under Biden. He had the worst inflation in history, the highest and worst inflation in history. Prices were through the roof, and I'm fixing it. I inherited a mess. I say it all the time. I inherited, because people don't understand, I inherited a mess. Open borders, millions of people in this country that shouldn't be. We're moving them out. We're moving them out pretty rapidly, too. Murderers and drug dealers and just some of the worst people in the world came in, not only from Venezuela, from all over the Congo. The Congo sent us tremendous numbers of people. I don't know what it is with the Congo. They opened their jails and they walked.
Well, Congo. When did we have a coup on Congo? 1960, during the Cold War for the uranium. Dude, fuck the Congo. We're taking them next.
Into our country. They drive them up to our front end.
I'm just kidding. I don't want Africa, but Cuba and Colombia, you're on the chopping block, baby.
They get out and they walk right into our country. And these are tough, hardened criminals. These are real criminals, and from many countries. I mean, they came from Africa, they came from the Middle East, they came from South America, but a lot came from Venezuela. He opened his prisons and sent all of the people from his prisons into the United States. Why not? I do the same thing about it. You take the people, they're nothing but trouble for you, and they're killers, and they're the worst people that you can imagine. I mean, some of the crimes are so bad you wouldn't believe it. We just accepted them into our country. Nobody did anything about it. So we're getting them out. Washington, D.C., as an example, was very dangerous, and now it's very safe. I mean, everybody's coming to Washington. It's a very safe city now, and before, when I took over, it was really a danger. It got really bad. We had it pretty good, but it wasn't really a focus because you didn't hear the level of danger until my second term. My first term, we watched Washington, but it wasn't like it was the big deal. Now, all of a sudden, when I came here, I was hearing stories about the kind of crime that they had here. People come in from Iowa and from Indiana and great places, and they end up calling the parents that your son has been killed. Doesn't happen anymore. We have a very safe, Washington, D.C. is a very safe city. We put our National Guard there. They're all central casting. You take a look at these guys, it's great. We won the case on merit, based on merit from the Supreme Court.
They're all central casting. They're beautiful, beautiful guys.
A great victory, a courageous victory, actually, but this country is now based on merit again.
You can make a kitchen in a van.
Let me ask you about Maria Corina Machado. I've had her on TV this week.
Yeah, she's a very nice person.
Okay, she won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yes.
When she accepted that Peace Prize, she dedicated it to you. She said to me this week, both on TV and radio, that she wants to give the Nobel Prize, her Nobel Peace Prize, to you for liberating her country. In 2023, she won over 92% of the vote to be the leader of the opposition. Maduro kept her off the ballot. In 2023, she won over 92% of the vote to be the leader of the opposition. Maduro kept her off the ballot.
That's Marina Machado. Maria Karina. I can't read that. Kept off ballot. And then didn't Maduro lose the election? Yeah, this is a 5-point argument. It's drugs, oil, BRICS and enemy alliances, prisoners and criminals released and sent to America, and it's not democratic. That's the 5 points. And also, you can't gish gallop somebody in an opening statement, by the way. Part of the opening statement is you lay out everything, and then they should be taking notes or have really good memory and be able to respond to all the arguments you made in your opening. When I debated Marte the other night, while he was running through all his arguments, I was writing them down. So I wrote down 3/5 argument, names in the workplace, Tulsa riots, and then I wrote down like 2 other ones. And then he just went into this long thing about slurs. And so I wrote slurs. And I was trying throughout the debate to respond to all of them. So I responded to the name one. I responded to the, we never got to Tulsa, but trust me, I know about Tulsa. I've shut down effigy. I would shut down First Amender. I didn't really have enough time to do it when I was on the panel with them. I was in Florida. Yeah. The real history is not the bull crap they tell you. But to be fair, Marte did say the Tulsa riots. I'm glad he said the Tulsa riots. If he would have said the Tulsa massacre, I would have got triggered. But I didn't really go into that because he would have had to concede that too, at risk of not sounding based enough. Because if you think the Tulsa race riots were really about race, then you don't know enough about the Tulsa race riots. It was more like a coup. That was a government thing. That was a government op, a psyop. And it was also in-group preferences and alliances. They thought a black guy raped a white girl. The story we're told today is he like whistled at her in an elevator. And so the white people just bombed and killed all the black people. That's the story we're told today. That's bullshit, by the way. That's not what happened. But anyway, the point is, you can't gish gallop somebody in an opening statement. If you're like really debating, well, I guess like if you start what's it called? I always forget what it's called. But if you start just going and you expect them to respond to them all, they're not in an online debate. That's like a college debate strategy. But if I say in my opening, this is a 5-point opening. I have 5 points I'm going to go through. Okay. Take notes, and then we can talk about it throughout the debate. I don't think that's a gish gallop. Not in a 10-minute opening. 5 points in a 10-minute opening. Sometimes, like in the one with Wally about alcohol, it might sound like a gish gallop, but what I said was prohibition benefited America. Here's some reasons how. And then I went through a long list. I said this. All these things improved. And afterwards, after Prohibition ended, they went right back to their normal numbers before Prohibition. This is a sign that this was a good policy. This worked out. This was a good thing. So the idea is you don't have to respond to each one of those. We don't have to go through each one at a time. We could if you want to. We don't have to. It's just basically one point. This is all the good stuff that happened because of this. And so, but you kind of draw it out and you go through all of them just to show, like, look, there was a lot. That's the point.
Do you have any plans to meet with her? And would you accept the Nobel Prize she wants to hand to you?
Well, I understand she's coming in next week sometime. And I look forward to saying hello to her. And I've heard that she wants to do that. That would be a great honor. I did put out 8 wars, 8 and a quarter, because, you know, Thailand and Cambodia started going at it again. So
I'll put the list up
I give a
if you
quarter,
want.
so it's,
Yeah.
you put the list out, it's a hell of a list. But I've stopped 8 wars. And I think, it's been a major embarrassment to Norway. Now, I don't know what Norway has to do with it, but that's where the committee is located, a lot of Norwegian people. And it's been a very big embarrassment to the country of Norway, whether they have anything to do with it or not. I think they do. They say they don't. But, when you put out 8 wars, in theory, you should get 1 for each war, okay? Because some of these wars were going on for 30 years. India, Pakistan was ready to go at it big, and these are 2 nuclear countries. I got that one stopped. 8 planes were shot down. They were really at it, and I got it stopped. It was a big one. You look at the Congo, Rwanda and the Congo. They've been fighting for 30 years, and I got it stopped. I got so many wars, so it's such a beautiful thing. It makes me feel so good. Not because of a Nobel Prize, but because I saved millions and millions of lives. And that's what really makes me feel good.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
So either that's just the first part, or the interview didn't go on for an hour. He might be releasing them like, that was only 18 minutes. But he also didn't say goodbye. So there might be another part to that. I haven't seen a second part to it yet. But anyway, I'm gonna hit the hay, guys. I got a good chunk of research done today. We didn't get to the Minnesota stuff. We'll probably talk about that on the panel, and also I'm gonna talk about it on my Monday night show. But yeah, the Minnesota stuff. They're doing a protest at the city county building Saturday morning. It's indivisible. I kind of want to go check it out. It's only an hour long. I'm sure they'll probably end up running into the street and blocking traffic after it's over. I'm thinking about going out there Saturday morning. It's indivisible, so it might be a lot of old people. I don't think it's going to be that big. They had one at Pioneer Park last night, which apparently some news sources are saying hundreds of people were there, and then I go in the comments, they're like, there was like 30 people there. So I don't know, but then they had one in the Capitol, and it was like 15 people there. So I don't know if it's going to be big, but Saturday morning they're doing one for an hour nearby me. I might go check that out. I might walk in there with a Trump hat and be like, I need some ice, 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 baby. Boom, 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 boom. I wish I had a big old speaker I could walk in playing that. But I'll be on VK tonight. I gotta go to bed, guys. Is there anybody probably not streaming right now? I still gotta do a lot more research. I'm not done yet, but now I have the basis. I got specific things I need to look into and learn about. So, and then I just gotta put it all together. I will be on VK tonight, and the raid. The Thorpes are live. Mr. Matt is live. Gameplay vid live. We're going to Mr. Mad. All right, see you guys later. God bless you. Mr. Mad cusses a lot. and says the N-word a lot and plays video games. He's fun as hell. Thank you, guys. I will see you back here tonight. Doses.